Good morning, traders. Anthony Crudele here, and welcome to NinjaTrader Live. Hopefully everyone had a wonderful Christmas. Glad to be back at markets, even though I'm only back for one day before we get ready for New Year's, But nonetheless, a lot of action actually overnight to talk about over the weekend. Not a ton of news, but joining me in studio, senior economist Tracy Shuchart.
Good morning, all.
Craig is off suntanned somewhere. We don't know where. He's we'll see if he comes back with a little bit of a tan. He's not with us today in studio. He will be back at the turn of the year and joining us on the big screen. It looks like, did he get a freshly groomed beard kit for Christmas?
This has been growing out now. Now he's got that
I think he did.
Rugged, grizzly, hallmarky look.
He's going for a whole new look. He's my man, Jimmy Cagnina, senior market strategist. Good morning, Jimmy.
Good morning, Naples. Yeah, I got to admit it in front of everybody. I missed you guys. I'm glad to be back.
Yeah, I'm back for one day and then I'm off for a while. I won't be back till the second week of Jan, but I'm back because some things to talk about. Look at, apparently there's a lot of silver experts out there on Twitter. Should I get into that? We've only been talking about silver every day on this show since its inception. We'll definitely talk about what's going on there. Of course, with the metals just in general. I mean, look at how much platinum is moving. Crazy moves in those markets. Hope everybody is not dipping their toe in if they're not ready for some real risk taking in those markets. You could drive a Walmart between the platinum bid and offer right now. Not drive one, but put one in there. But she said a Mack truck. But really, again, an equity soft this morning. My thoughts are, look, I put my money where my mouth is. Actually, Friday last week, I was sitting back. I bought some puts. I bought some 6980 puts in the S&P, expire in January 9th. Looking like that's right so far this morning a little bit. I'll talk more about that this morning as I think equities they're going to struggle here. I'll get into some reasons why. But again, jam-packed Monday, Chad. Hopefully all of you are kind of dusting the cobwebs off, getting ready for a fresh week. It's an interesting week because it's the end of the year and also the beginning of the year on Friday. So again, with that holiday in the middle of the week kind of throwing everybody off. But before we get into all that, shy of the news.
So really all the news is about commodities this morning, so surprisingly, not really. So we have oil pushing higher this morning. This has to do with some of the geopolitical tensions. We had Ukraine. There was no breakthrough on talks. And so that has, force a little bit of a bid underneath that. Meanwhile, China pledged to broaden its fiscal spending base next year, according to the Ministry of Finance on Sunday, signaling government support to drive growth. Obviously, they are one of the world's top crude importers, and so any kind of downturn gets the oil markets a little skittish, but it looks like the oil is happy with this announcement of some fiscal spending. Obviously, we have Venezuela in the news. We have been for the last couple of weeks. The administration has imposed a partial maritime blockade in recent days and has seized oil tankers. And then, of course, we have Nigeria tensions. There's been U.S. military action against ISIS in Nigeria, and obviously Nigeria is an OPEC member, although it's a small producer, still kind of contributing to that bid underneath crude oil. Then we have, obviously, silver. I could name all of the precious metals this morning are down after a spike high in the overnight. Really, any kind of factors having to do with the fundamental story of silver, there's still supply deficit. All of the macro things that have been propelling this higher are still in play, but obviously this market was very, very, very overbought. We did have CME raise margins today on silver and platinum and palladium. So I think ahead of the new year, there's a lot of profit taking, as well as they're making it a little bit more difficult to trade, right? So we also have, back to base metals, we had copper also hit an overnight high just shy of the $13,000 mark in LME markets. It has come back down a little bit, down about 2.89%. Again, when we're looking at all of these metals, really the macro drivers and liquidity remain light, meaning that erratic price action in the metal space could just be a feature of trade for what is left of 2025 in a week that is going to be very low liquidity. I mean, none of the bankers or hedge fund managers are all still on vacation, and so we are dealing with very light volume. So if you are trading those, be very careful is all I have to say about that, and or not trade them. And then we have beef in the news. So I guess, President Trump wanted to lower beef prices, and so we were buying more beef from Brazil and Argentina. That said, Brazil, one of the few remaining sources of abundant cattle, is also heading into a period of shrinking supplies. And so we've had, past 2 years, kind of a surge in beef production. It helped fuel a jump on exports. That has driven their herds down now. And so we are seeing cattle prices rise in Brazil. They are a major exporter. And so keep an eye on that. And if you look, we had quite the rebound in cattle over the last couple of weeks from that, let's call it 200 low, came off $50 and it's right back up to 230. So,
yep. Silver, let's talk about that just for a moment. There was a really good article written out there, way above my pay grade. I could share that on X. I don't know if I shared it with you. Just the whole in-depth of what's going on in that market, and that was like an actual real conversation on silver versus some of the other things I see. Everyone talks about the margins, but how much did CME raise the margins by?
It's not that much. It's only about $5,000. Because if you remember, back in 2011. They raised margins 5 times in 9 days on that volatility. And really, this is only the second time this year they've raised margins, which is kind of incredible considering the move that we've had.
I mean, and let's face it. I mean, first, I don't really use margin. I don't use leverage. I mean, futures is a naturally leveraged product anyway. I know a lot of day traders are using, day trading leverage margin, which I get. I used it for many, many years. I don't anymore because I hold stuff overnight, so it's a little different for me. But it's like, man, look at prices gone up so much, they have to. I mean, I don't know what else they want people to do. Look at I was telling Shai, I did a 1 lot in platinum the other day. I was like, you know what? I was looking to get short, and there's really no options market in it. And I'm like, you know what? I'm like 2,500 is probably going to hold. I put a 1 lot on. And the bid and offer was so wide, it was moving so much. I'm like, why do I even want? I worked the offer, which was $2 wide. And the minute I got filled, I'm looking at it going, where am I going to put my stop? I put a stop in, and it literally got filled in 2 seconds. I'm like, I'm losing almost $2,000 on a 1 lot. I'm like, what are you doing here, Anthony? I'm like, and it's I'm sitting there going, this is, if you're not trading with real capital in these markets, you're going to get your ass handed to you. So. Raising the margin to me is actually a good thing because I think that a lot of retail traders that don't have the money shouldn't be trading these products.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but having said that, Anthony, having said that, the micro silver contract last night did over 300,000 contracts. So people are trading it.
There you go. Yeah, they trade the micro. I mean, just go to the micro.
Yeah.
I mean, that margin on that
trade the big contracts. No. If you look at the DOM, you don't want to trading that. Right?
No, it's funny. We were pushing to trade it all at the beginning of the year, and now at the end of the year, we're telling them we're not to because you can't manage your risk in something that's just gone buck wild. And the reality is, I said this before. I remember with T-Trades, it was maybe 2 weeks ago. On the Tuesday show, I said, don't short silver. Remember I talked about that? It was like I made a specific point about it. I'm like, my rule is anytime I see something with a Bollinger Band and open up like that, don't short it. And if I do, it's really small. Like I go back to I wanted to get short platinum. I had a 2,500 as big resistance. I'm like, I looked at it. I'm like, I can't even manage risk small here. What, I got to risk 500 points on a thing? Yeah. It's just stupid. I'm like, why am I, I put a 1 lot on just to feel it, to see okay, how is this going to look? And I put a stop and I'm like, I can't do it. And there was really no options market In platinum there is, but there really kind of isn't.
There isn't.
I've never really dipped my toe in there. So again, it always comes down to, can I manage risk in something like this? If I can't trade. It doesn't matter what I think about it. And I look at silver yesterday. I watched it on the Sunday night open, and I'm like, retail traders can't be trading this. I mean, you're going to get killed in that.
Oh, it's nuts.
I mean, it's just like, look at guys that got, money, big money, you can get step in, and I mean, and the reality is you're going to have a really wide stop loss. And it's like most of you are probably doing something that you don't normally do. So that's why we're saying be very cautious. This is when people get blown up at the end of the year. And Jimmy, you've seen this for how many years with people trading these products?
Oh yeah, all the time. I mean, right now you could sense in silver right now, everyone who's kind of late to the bandwagon are jumping and trying to get long, and they're just getting whacked. I mean, we have a decent sized red candle today.
Yeah, exactly. And again, there's really no rhyme or reason what it's going to do right now. You've got people that are getting liquidated. You could tell, anyone can tell you anything they want about it, but I've seen commodities make all-time highs like this before. And anytime it happens, you're just bringing out so many different players into the space, people that have been shorted, people that have been long it. All of a sudden, people don't look at, remember, people with big positions, when they want to get out, they just get out.
Yeah.
They're not looking at a chart and going, oh, let me work the bid here. They're just going, give me out. And that's what's happening right now. I mean, look, I've had on some really big positions where I'm like, I don't even care. I'm just wiping the book out. I mean, what's there? Take it. So I've been on that side. I don't do that to myself much anymore. But, I know what that's like to when you just want to be out. You're just like, get me out. And that's what's happening right now. Again, when I go across the tape, Jimmy, let's go to you. Equities this morning, they're a little bit weak. And I actually think that we're not going to have, this is when the real Santa rally is supposed to begin, right? It's like, I don't even know.
We're in day 3 right now.
Technically, this is the Santa rally. We had Jeffrey Hirsch on talking about that.
Yeah. And, I don't pay much attention to it, but at the end of the day, I look at equities right now. And, as I sit here and look at them, I find it hard to see a reason to be long up in here. I told you I took a short last week on Friday. I bought some puts, 69.80s, expiring January 9th, averaged around like $50 I bought them at. And this morning it looked somewhat smart in that position. But my reasoning behind it is because anytime I see a commodity that's been followed all year round, like when I see what's happening in silver and platinum, somebody's getting blown up here. And it's typically not the most bullish news when you see something like that happen into equities. And I look at equities charts, they're just out of gas. There's no new reason to put money in here. And I look at the equity chart, and I'll go over this later with Farm. I think it's actually reasonable to be short here because you could manage risk. Again, I go back to it. It's like, it doesn't matter where I think they're going. I always think about where I'm wrong. I know I'm wrong if we start making a new high again right now in equities. But it's just like, if we're not, I think the S&P can pull back reasonable here this week. I'll talk more about it this morning when I get with Farm in the charts. 69.61 in the tape in ES this morning, down around 18. NASDAQ 25,750 down 112. Russell's down $5 at 25.46. Still small caps relatively strong.
Holding better comparatively speaking.
Yeah, Dow's only down 48 to 48,950. I feel like I've called that number out on Dow forever. Every time I sit here, that number's again, crude oil. Last week, I tried to buy crude oil. I got a little greedy on the dip. Not greedy, stingy, I should say. I worked a bit. I didn't get filled. It is what it is. I think crude is a buy. Anytime we get into the mid-50s, gets below 57, I just think crude is going up. We talked about that. But again, I got to manage risk when we get down to below 57. I like crude oil.
I was kind of in and out. I had options yesterday.
We did. I covered them before Christmas.
Me too.
We were all in that trade, and now I'm waiting to buy it again. Gold, again, here we go. Gold, $44.79, down $73 this morning. Copper, down 3%, down 178 ticks to 566. Silver down $2, down 2.5%. Big deal, right? I mean, that's nothing. You could blink it, that's going to change. Platinum down $137 at down 5.5% to 23.53. I think platinum's really going to struggle above 2,500. I'll explain more of that later when I get on the charts with Farm. Bonds this morning up a little bit. You got the long end up more. You've got 30s up 11 ticks to 115.28. Short end of the curve, really not the short end, but the 10s. 112.22.5 up 3.5 ticks. And 10-year yield this morning comes in at 4.126.
I thought that move in Bitcoin overnight was interesting. I woke up and looked at the charts, and we were up $2,500 and it's negative now. So that's had quite the sell-off in the overnight, even though it's only down about 1/3%.
Yeah, busy. Look at markets are busy. And again, dollar's up modestly against euro, against pound, against Swissy. I mean, modestly, like ticks, and it's down modestly against the yen. Jimmy, thoughts on the overnight tape?
I mean, you know what I do when I wake up in the morning, Deli? First thing I look at is that 30-year Treasury bond chart, and I'm, looking at the daily and the levels here to kind of gauge from what's happening. All the banksters are probably down in the Grand Cayman with Shapiro right now, so didn't expect too much movement, but. We're at this level. We're above my 115, 24, 32nd kind of line in the sand. We're trying to trade above it. We're trying to jump back up into that higher, older consolidation range above 116, 14. It's just a slow grind. If you kind of use your imagination, you could kind of visualize an ascending triangle with a possible breakout to the upside, but not a lot of conviction here. If you kind of look at the volume profile, that point of control here from the consolidation area that I just drew starting on the 8th of December, that point of control is down at 115.08. So really nice distribution right now. So that's kind of keeping a drag on it a little bit. The one thing I'm looking at is that moving average, that 8 EMA versus the 21 EMA. Looks like they're converging with possible cross potential. So I'm a little bit more bullish here than bearish. Yields are when I logged in this morning, less than 4.8. And remember, we haven't seen over 5% since May in the 30-year yield. So that was the first thing I looked at. Anything out of shape, other than affecting the equity markets, and this isn't really doing that right now. I think in the equity markets, we're still hoping for that Santa rally, which I hear you, Deli. I just feel like the chart does speak negative to me as well, and I'll cover it in the Edge report in a minute. But 73% chance we're going to have 1.3% Santa rally that goes through the second trading day of January. Those are pretty good odds. So I'm kind of holding my breath there.
Yeah, I mean, look, Pax has got a big level at 69.80. That was where his swing was complete. I've looked at that 69.80 level. It's like that's why I bought the puts there. I think they're going to struggle there. I mean, the break may not be too intense, but I just think that they're out of gas. And when I look at any time I have seen markets like I've seen in the commodities markets, when we look at the metals blow out like that, there's a story behind this. We will hear more about it. I would almost bet anything since you see some small funds or some people getting blown out, which is going to provide some activity for sure, I think, on equities, just because I think it always does spill over to us in somewhat. And people are talking about, is there a big warning sign in all of this? Because metal's been going up all year. I mean, metals have been doing what they do, and they're getting out of the dollar. We know this trade. People that have been short silver, again, if you've been short that thing, you're just going, buy them, get me out.
Yeah, absolutely. So we've had a huge short squeeze. We know, I mean, if we look at the COMEX CFTC and we look at, JP Morgan has been known to be, short in the silver market consistently. And institutions are now long silver. And so they have been obviously covering their short positions and or initiating new long positions, and so that's also helped fuel this rally.
Oh, for sure. I mean, you take that on top of everything that you see with that's going on in social media. You've got retail involvement. Look at Jimmy said 300,000 in the micros. And again, when you start sloshing around like this, stops are getting hit everywhere. I mean, It's just the reality of it. These things are not like indexes. People continue to learn. I've learned my lesson many times. It's why I've gotten blasted on like natural gas, where I've been like what is this?
Well, that thing is that's another
I mean,
story.
until it happens to you, that's why I look at silver and I'm like, yeah. I mean, what? I mean, look at it. You get a commodity that's making all-time highs, and it starts doing this. It's doing its thing. I mean, that's the reality of it. I mean, again, it's not going to be liquid when you're breaking through all-time highs and you got big players. I can't stress this enough. Like that, just going, what's the offer? Buy them. I've seen it firsthand in my life. I've done it myself. I mean, I never forget. There was times where I got hit on some big orders on the opposites. I used to play the ARB and the S&P, the old big versus the minis. And I'll never forget a couple of times where, like I'd be sitting there and my partner would be like, hey, I just bought, 100 or 500, bigs. And it was the biggest one. I remember the first time he bought 500. I'm like, dude, I looked at the book. I'm like, I don't care who's there. I'm just wiping the book. I need to get out of these. Like, your mind just goes to a place where all of a sudden, it's, and when you get people that have been short these things and you get up there and you get markets where big players start taking out bids and offers, all of a sudden market makers go, maybe we want to widen the spread out a little bit.
Right.
Okay, because all of a sudden you make a big market in a tight spread and somebody bigger than you comes in and takes it out. Look at this; these are real markets, man. I mean, and that's what happens. And so there's something going on. Obviously, I think beyond this, and we'll see.
And if you're getting hit on this in any stretch, did you get a margin call? Do you have to dump what you have that's making money for you? Yeah, indices, or,
of course,
right?
I mean, Jimmy, how many times you've seen this from the back end?
Oh, I've seen it from the back end and the front end. I mean, it's it's especially when you're holding stuff for a while and all of a sudden there's this huge reversal in one of the legs that you're holding. All of a sudden it's like a fire drill, right? You got to get out, you got to get money in there, and you got to take care of it. And so it's frustrating because it wasn't part of your plan, right? It's just, well, I got to exit now because I'm out of money.
Exactly. And I actually know a few people kind of close with that have owned a bunch of silver that all of a sudden now are, looking to cover, and they've owned physical and they've owned this. And again, you bring different players in once you get to these all-time highs. That's just the reality of it,
and the bigger players, the hedge funds, the institutions, whatever they want to
sitting on it,
right?
And all of a sudden they're like, it's so funny because again, my experience is different. It's I come from a place where I saw it physically in the pit, and it's like, and of course I've had lessons over the years on the screen with what's happened in like I said, from natural gas to crude oil. I mean, that crude oil negative situation. Think about how many things we've seen over the years. But it's like, and when all of a sudden the market gets to a certain price, and all of a sudden you just see all the bigger players put their hands up, and like I've seen it many times. All of a sudden it's like, okay, now, a big order is like, gets taken out like that. And you're just like, whoa, like what just happened? And I've seen it again, people do it. I've done it. And you're like, and all of a sudden everyone's like, well, maybe I just start making a little bit looser market. And that's what's happening. So again, protect yourself, protect your risk. Doesn't matter what's going on and what the story is. Protect your risk. Know where you're getting out before you're getting in. We say it every day here. I want to get back to crude oil a little bit. To me, crude oil, it remains like that quiet market right now. Everyone's talking about metals, but it's finally starting to show a sign, Shy, that on the dips, it wants to get bought. Like, again, I saw it on Friday. If I wasn't like, half like watching the market, listening and, to news and doing whatever, I probably would have been a little bit more aggressive to buy it. But to me, crude oil is showing good signs.
So, obviously it gets into that, what I call, oh no, production's going to come offline zone, in that, 50, let's call it 55 to 58, it just keeps getting bought up there. And so, to me, it works until it doesn't, right? So, but, there are a lot of fundamental reasons behind it. And again, I think it's going to be a story for next year, probably H2 2026, because I do not think there is a supply glut that the media keeps talking about. I don't see it anywhere, and I track everything.
Yes,
floating
you do.
Storage.
Yeah, you do.
I track it all. And so, I think, again, it's going to be a really big story for next year, and we'll probably see much higher prices next year.
Yeah, I mean, when I look at oil, again, I don't know what you know about it, but I start watching the reactions. I know the theme that you've been talking about, and I just see it now. It's like, it's finally showing on weakness. It gets bought, and it gets bought up. And it's that quiet market in the background that is, I think, slowly going to start grinding higher. And right now, I see grind higher in crude, and I see grind lower in equities. That's what I see.
Yeah, I mean, I think that, if this market gets, well, let's call it WTI, when WTI starts getting above, that 61, 62 area, I think that'll catch a lot of attention, and I think then it'll be a pile-on trade.
I agree. Right now everyone's focused on the metals, but there's other things going on out there that could be pretty good trades. Well, it's about that time, everybody, for this morning's Edge Report. Take it away, Jimmy.
And by the way, if you're not following Cheyenne X, you definitely need to do that. You will learn all about Vincent van Gogh and other stuff non-market related, and it's a great read. Trust me on that. Let's start with the E-mini S&P right now. We have a little bit of a turnaround, right? Again, this is day 3 of that supposed Santa Claus rally, and so far we're just kind of not making any progress, right? We're down a little bit on the session. We're really close to tapping that swing high that we saw back on October 29th, and that's at 69.52 even. So that's kind of my level number 1. Level number 2 is that November high is 69.09 half, and that would be a decent retracement back down toward the lows that we saw back on the 18th. So the main takeaway, though, for me is this volume profile. I mean, we're trying to build volume nodes above prices, above value. We have one at 26.50. We have another one a little higher than that, a little one higher than that. But the bulk of the volume, and again, this is from December going forward here, is right down here at 68.47. So there are a lot of big kind of downward targets here, to Deli's point, in the E-mini S&P. Now we have that ADMA still sloping upward, 21.50 still sloping upward. That anchored VWAP way in the rearview mirror right now. MACD's, okay. Volume is way off. So keep that in mind as well. Intraday, we do have some targets though. We have kind of a P-shaped distribution developing right now with that point of control at 63.50 intraday. Really the lows just slightly below the London initial balance low. S2 is going to be our next target on the downside at 55. And then below that, there's not a lot of targets until you get to that MenthorQ one-day min is 69.34. So if we do get kind of a violent breakout below that S2, that's going to be that next level here. We'll see if that happens or not. On the upside, we have that JAX2 level. We've already traded through this JAX2 level a lot, 69.75 earlier, pre-market, pre-London initial balance. Pivot's kind of at the top as well. That's at 69.80. And then above that, if we do get a breakout to the upside, we have some targets as well, namely that JAX1 level at 69.90 and right above that R1. So a couple of areas of interest up there as well. Moving on to, let's talk about metals, but let's not talk about silver. Let's talk about copper. Copper has got an interesting formation right now. This is a daily candle chart right now. And if you remember, we had that really big, crazy break back on at the end of July, and we created some highs though, and those highs are being challenged, and we're not quite there yet. We almost got there. 5.9595. That's that blue line up there. Kind of a triangle pattern here. I thought was probably a bearish pattern, but no, we kind of broke out and kept railing. The EMAs keep on sloping upward pretty nicely. But today is a pretty big, so far, today's a pretty big bearish engulfing candle. Buyers, though, recently are trying to push us back up here. So I'm looking at the piercing line from the previous session. It's approximately 76.45. I'm not eyeballing it right now. You could do the exact math. We'll see if we end up above or below that by the end of the day. Intraday, and remember, there's a great micro contract here. Micro's traded, let's see, where's my, here we go. 35,000 contracts so far, so that's pretty good. In any event, we've been below VWAP, session VWAP, below that 9 EMA, although we're trying to close above that 9 EMA right now intraday and get back into that London initial balance. Lows of the day pretty much defined by the S2. That's approximately 5.5830. On the upside here, there's some targets as well, including the one-day min, which we kind of just blew through earlier today, 5.72. So there's some potential here in copper as well. Remember, micros are your friends, folks. consider that as well. Let's shoot over to the Bitcoin really quickly here. I am in January right now. It's a monthly contract. And I'm not sure what the volume is in December, but when I got that January contract up, there's 46,000 contracts traded so far, so that it's okay. Kind of sideways, nothing going here. Tracy mentioned a possible rally that completely failed overnight, and you can see it on the chart with that big wick right now. But we're just sideways, just moving around that 9 EMA. The EMAs are going sideways as well. And just putting my cursor right at price right now. We've traded this price, 87, what are we at? 525 every single day since December 15th. So this is consolidation. This is price happiness. This is what the price is right now. Waiting for a breakout above or below those consolidation candles. That is this morning's Edge Report. Back to you, Deli and Shai.
Thank you, Jimmy. Shai, preview of our guest.
So we have Ryan Littlestone. He's been in the markets for over 30 years. He actually started his career at LME, so we can ask him about metals. He was a pit trader at Life Exchange, which was in London, and now he is partner at Forex Analytics with Blake Morrow.
Oh, perfect. Let's bring him in.
Good morning, everyone.
Ryan, good morning. How are you?
I'm good. I hope you're enjoying the holidays. Hope you're all well.
Yeah, it's one of those things where I realize that I can't retire because I'm looking at my phone on Christmas Day to see if the markets were even open pre-market because I have a problem. I love this stuff. And here we are. Yeah, I know. And then here we are, first day of, well, it's the last week of the year, but also the first trading day of the year, which will be Friday. So it's kind of an interesting time. We all know what's in the headlines right now. We all know that it's the metals, silver. People aren't talking about platinum as much, and I think platinum is even just as wild. I mean, they were crazier, right? And then you have, obviously, gold has got a ton of volatility. Let's start off with your thoughts in the metals market.
I think there's one thing really driving it, and that's geopolitics. We've had this news out of China that they're still holding on tightly to some of their exports, and that's causing a bit of panic in the market. I heard you early on talking about silver in particular, and we spent the first half of the year in a $10 range down in the $20-$30, and like you say, the price has blown up, and that brings everyone in now looking into it. So far more eyeballs on that contract. But yeah, I think a lot of this is driven by geopolitics, even in the oil markets, which you were discussing earlier. And I don't think that's going to change next year. That's actually one of my themes, if you like, for 2026, is that the geopolitics is perhaps going to pick up in importance, aside from central banks. If you think a lot of central banks getting all their rates down to where they'd like them, inflation there or thereabouts, they're going to be tinkering around as the economy, heats up or slows down a bit. And I think we're going to lose some volatility there, but that volatility is going to increase in commodities. And I don't think that's going to go away anytime soon.
No, I totally agree with that. And I think this kind of plays into what I'm seeing right now in equity indexes. I mean, the indexes, they typically will fight off anything that they can to stay bullish, right? And although I don't think this is what's happening in the metals going to derail equity indexes by any stretch just yet. Maybe there's some things we don't know about that eventually surface that could spark some more selling into equity indexes. But anytime I see this type of movement in metals, or really anything that's relatively tied to could have some spillover into equities, I always it can't be too bullish when you see something like this happen. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of warning signs there, isn't there? And you've been doing this. She's been doing this as long time as I have, nearly as long. And you just know when you look at a market and you think, right, when everything's sort of go in the same direction, when the fundamentals are pointing in the same way, then you can go along with it. But when you see these breaks happen between correlations between different markets, you've got to get your antenna up and your radar up and thinking, well, this isn't right. What is actually going on here? I think that's the important aspect we have to look at here. Yeah, right now, okay, we may have some year-end stuff in the mix as well. I actually hate trading this time of year because, you've got funds closing off their books to produce year-end reports, and then it all goes back on in the new year. So it's a bit of a funky time trade this time of year. But I think you're 100% right. And when you see markets, when you don't understand why something's moving, that's when you need to step back, particularly if you've got the experience that we have. You know when you want to step into something and you know when you don't.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I was talking about it earlier, and you were in the life pit, and we've seen firsthand when a big player's got to get out of a trade. That's when things really get wild. It's not when they want to get in; it's when they want to get out. And what I see here is people are getting out of things, right? And so most likely, it's not like all of this buying is coming in because everyone all of a sudden wants silver at $80+. What's happening is somebody's either been shorted or they have to cover, or somebody has to buy it for some other reason, whatever. I mean, yeah, maybe it's driven more in the fact of they have to do it than they necessarily want to do it, because that's when markets move like this. At least in my experience, I've seen that. And so that to me is where I start to pause, like exactly how you said. You look at it and go, man, somebody's just coming in and just taking these things out. And then all of a sudden you get the market makers, what do you want them to do? They're not going to make a tight bidder offer in this. It's just why. I mean, again, if all of a sudden, again, I go back to my experience, I made markets for many years in the S&P, in the E-mini. And when all of a sudden big traders came in and they moved the tape too much, you widen your market. That's the reality. And that's what we're seeing in metals and spilling over into potentially in equities. But again, you talked about part of your themes, or like what you see going into next year, commodities. Shai and I talked about oil previously this morning as well. What is the overall theme that you see coming out of this year into next year?
Well, as I say, I think what we're going to be seeing is a bit of difference in the fundamentals, particularly on the central bank side. As I say, that's going to calm down. That's going to bring volatility lower in things like FX. But I can't only repeat, it's the geopolitics. China in particular, they're pushing buttons around Taiwan, and it's just increasing now. This could be just a bit of chest beating into the new year. Let people know that they're about. We haven't got a resolution in Ukraine and Russia. That's going to drag on. And even if we do, what sort of peace are we going to get from that? It's going to be tentative. But if we do get peace there, that is, I think, going to help your commodities like oil, because supposedly if all things go well, there's going to be a great big rebuild going on in Ukraine, and that's going to drive commodities even further. So that's one of the themes, the geopolitical side of things that I'm looking at. The other side, which is a bit out of whack, is potentially the debt in the AI space. All these firms, and AI, when you've got OpenAI borrowing billions off of Amazon to then go buy Amazon's chips. I mean, they've done that with Nvidia, they've done that with others. I think there's something cooking there that's gonna pop its head above the parapet and maybe get a few pot shots at it.
Yeah, absolutely. So one of the markets that we haven't talked about this morning is kind of the currency markets. We haven't, if we look at the dollar, kind of we've been sideways really since April, I would say, between 196, and that is a wide range, but still kind of in a sideways market. I kind of hear, half the people think the dollar's going higher, half the people think the dollar's going lower. So talk about the dollar a little bit. Where do you think we're going with that? And then also I want to talk about the yen, because we just had Bank of Japan starting to raise rates, and one would think you would see a bigger move in the yen, but we haven't.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, as you say, with a dollar, it takes two to make the market. So it's good for us traders if there's two sides to a market. The dollar, it's been very difficult this year, because obviously a lot of focus on the Fed and what they've been doing with rates. They really got panicked at the end of the summer because everything was tickety-boo. The economy was doing all right. Jobs were softening, but there was no big cliff edges or anything like that. Then we got those couple of months of wobbles, and then the market's getting all dovish, and then we get to, okay, now what might they pause? The shutdown, it's all got a bit messy. And I think that the market, there's not much rope left in the interest rate trade, because as I mentioned earlier, central banks want to get down to a neutral level, whether that's 3.5%, 3%, 3.25, whatever. So we're not talking, hundreds of basis points of cuts still to be done, unless economies disintegrate remarkably. So I think that the interest rate trade is narrowing, which means you're going to have to focus on other things. Now, one of those currencies is the pound, and I've been short the pound for quite some time because I think things are pretty bad over here, and they've got the potential to get even worse. So I'm keeping short pound bias into 2026 unless the data or something like that turns upwards. So I think that the Bank of England are perhaps going to be cutting a bit quicker than they expect or they want. But as far as the dollar goes, we've really got this how well the economy is going to be doing. The fundamentals are still there. The jobs market, yeah, we're going to get wobbles. We could get a couple of negative reports, I think, maybe into the new year, just as we come out of the holiday period, maybe see some firings going on. But it's a time frame thing. If the economy doesn't pick up significantly, all this low hiring but no firing might turn to firing, and then we're going to see a bit of a snowball effect, which then will bring the Fed cutting a bit quicker, and then the dollar's going to suffer further. But you look at currencies like euro dollar, it's not up because everyone's happy with what's going on in Europe and they're booming. It's more a case of everyone's getting out the dollar into elsewhere.
That makes sense. And then on the yen, why haven't we seen that move with BOJ cutting rates? We would, raising rates. Sorry, you would think you would see a bigger move in the yen, strengthening the yen, obviously, but we really haven't.
No, we haven't. It went exactly as I thought it was going to go after the rate hike, because if the market didn't take yen pairs lower or see the yen strengthen after that, then really it was only going to head one way, and that was more weakness. There's two things that you've got to look at here. Firstly, the central bank. Yes, they're hiking, but this is Japan. This is the Bank of Japan. They're not hiking rates to 2% anytime soon. They're going to go very, very slowly. We've had to wait, a year and a half just to get 2 hikes. So, it's going to continue moving slowly, and that doesn't mean everyone's going to pile into the yen every time there's going to be a rate hike. On the other side, we've got the fiscal spending, which is really going to kick in next year. Now, there's a lot of hope in Japan that all this fiscal easing is going to produce more inflation, produce higher wages, and just get that snowball rolling in Japan again regarding their economy. If it happens, that's when I think we'll start to see some significant yen strength, because the economy will be growing, inflation will be growing, then the Bank of Japan might have to speed up hikes. But if it all goes wrong, then, yen pairs, dollar yen, that's going to be heading to the moon. We're probably going to be up, 180s, 200s if it all goes wrong. So I think it's in the balance for the yen. I've still got a bit of a bias to see it weaken a bit further. But yeah, it's all going to be down to the data.
Couple minutes left. I want to talk about what I think is kind of the sleeping giant. Right now, everyone's talking about metals. First of all, nothing we're talking about really says bearish metals either, right? So metals might be pulling back here a little bit today, but I think that trade is going to continue. But crude oil, energy, right? I think this is where I think next year gets really interesting. My thoughts going into next year already are I think we see a grindy higher crude oil market and a grindy lower equity market. That's just my 2 cents, just because I similar theme to what you're thinking. What are your thoughts on what you're seeing or could see in the energy market?
Yeah, I mean, they're very interesting. For oil, it's been pretty subdued. We can look at a dollar move here or there, but as Tracy knows, a few years ago, as you'll know, a couple of bucks move intraday is nothing when this thing can blink $2-3 at a time. So it almost feels, I get the same impression as you, it almost feels like it is perhaps maybe bottoming out and coiling for something, whether that's some relief from the geopolitical situation or whether it's expecting something else to come on top. It just feels like the downside is a bit tougher to achieve now. Now, if we do get a resolution in Ukraine and Russia, do we get a bit of a sell-off where, take the geopolitical tension out of that aspect, and that takes a bit of premium out of oil? But you can't say with oil down in the 58s, $50 mark that there is much risk premium in there at the moment. So I think I'm siding with you, Anthony, and that perhaps we're going to see a bit of an upside move. Whether we can get back up to sort of the 80 buck mark is a question. But yeah, it certainly looks like it's stopped going down, shall we say.
Yeah. I mean, yesterday, President Trump was on talking about Ukraine. Ukraine president was on as well.
Yep.
Look at oil. Oil again up this morning with signs of peace closer than they were. I mean, we never know with this story, right? It continues to kind of expand out. But even that little bit of good news is not, I look at that should be good news for oil bears, is not necessarily playing out. Again, I continue to look at oil, and it's had reasons to probably, continue to try and drip lower with some positive headlines. And it just, again, I just continue to see it get bid. But again, we'll see. Everyone's got their eyes on the metals right now. No one's really talking about energy as much. And that's when I like to look at it. But Ryan, thank you so much for joining us. Hope you had a wonderful Christmas, and wishing you a very happy New Year. And can't wait to have you back.
Yeah, thanks for having me again. And all you guys and girls, please have a wonderful New Year.
Thank you. You too.
Yeah, I mean, we all know what the main conversations are right now. And again, I keep going back to, you got guys like Ryan, myself, we've been doing this a long time. And anytime you see a market kind of start acting like this, it's tend to pause. Most people get back to their machines and they can't wait to do something. I'm looking at it going, what's going on here?
And it's not a bad thing to take a pause here. I mean, markets were very, very stretched. So, I don't mind kind of a sideways market, although it's very volatile right now, so I would be very careful. But, I would actually like it to work off some of this bullishness. We go sideways for a while and then make a move higher. Because, again, we talked about earlier this morning, the fundamentals are still there. Nothing has changed. It's not like, we suddenly found, a whole bunch of more silver. It's just the aspect of the market that's going on. And so really I prefer kind of a sideways market for a little bit to kind of work some of this off.
Yeah, the equity market, I think, is the standard rally. I hate to say it, I don't think is going to happen. I mean, I own, obviously, a bunch of stocks. I always like to see the market go up, per se, but I think that this rally is going to struggle. Well, I'm short. So, I mean, kind of hoping.
So there you go.
It's funny. I'm long a bunch of stocks worth way more than my short, but yet I'm go down. Anyway, that's a whole nother story. Shai, we'll see you in chat. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Let's bring in Farm. What's up, buddy? Good morning.
Morning, Deli. How we doing?
Doing good. New chair, I see. You're snugged right in there, man. You just slipped right in there. He's like,
a little more comfy for sure.
Yeah. So I caught part of you guys on the Sunday night last night, and here we are, S&P dripping a little bit lower. I know PAX had 69.80 that completed the swing. I saw some of the stuff that you were talking about. Again, I didn't catch all of it. But, metals had quite the move overnight. I've talked about my thoughts right now. I want to buy crude oil on a break. I want to sell equities on a rally. That's just where I see everything right now. I think that the market, I think the S&P is poised for continued lower into this week and who knows beyond there. But that's what I see coming into this last week of the year, which is kind of strange with a holiday in the middle of the week. It's also the first trading day of the year. What's kind of like your perspective coming in this Monday morning?
Yeah, I mean, we had last week very light volumes, right? And this week broadly probably similar, but participation maybe a little bit higher. And so, I always question a week like last week when you get some massive technical move, which for ES was this potential multi-month breakout. I want to see what traders do when size comes back to the table and you're seeing some weakness. Of course, it takes another leg down right as we start talking. But you are seeing some of that being given back, and there's some serious risk here that we'll get into in a minute, I think.
Yeah, let's take a look at my chart. So this morning I'm starting off with my 60-minute chart. I talked about it. I bought 69.80 puts last week that expired January 9th. I actually just got a buzz. I think I got filled. I sold some at a few at 63. I got a cost average basis of $50 on the 69.80 puts, and I'll continue to kind of trail out of them as we get down here. 69.50-ish was kind of where I thought we would head. What I'm looking at here, this is my indicator. It's free. You could download it if they want to put that in the chat for you guys too. And here's what I look at, and here's why I continue to look at S&P right now and think this is going to be a really an area to struggle. I look at previous Bollinger Band peaks. 60 minute and daily are the two time frames I use the most because I'm holding positions for multiple days. And anytime I go and see us, we hit this old peak right here, 69.89. Again, Pax last week, he and I talk all the time. He's like 69.80 completed the swing. I love seeing when stuff that he has is coinciding with mine. Then I got a sell signal that came in at 69.86. And again, this is why I bought some puts. And I look at it and go, until they can start to get hourly closes above here or daily closes above 69.80 to 69.90. Man, I just don't think the market is going to head much higher than here. I mean, I think that we are probably headed down. I think we're at least going to probably head down to this bottom Bollinger Band peak of 68.97. This first one I'll take a look at is 69.3275. Again, I'll scale out some puts there as well, but I do think that we're heading lower this week. I mean, this to me is what a top looks like to me, short term, right? I mean, there's no top in S&P because it's built to go higher. But ultimately, when I see this, for me, and again, I look at big, strong buying into it on the volume side, stopped on a dime at both my levels, overbought on RSI. I kind of look at that and go, what's happening there? And I look at what's happening in the metals market, a little bit of chaos. It's always good to see a little bit of chaos if you want to be short S&P. And again, that's why I came in this morning. I said, that's it. I mean, I'm just looking short. And I'm gonna go over the platinum chart, which I know a ton of people don't talk about, but I saw something similar last week here as well. I mean, anytime we just keep clipping my top reds like this and they go up and they come right off of it, it's why I've been trying to get shorted. I mean, I talked about it earlier. I made a joke of it. I put a one lot on in platinum because I'm like, I want to try and get short this thing, but I don't like shorting a market that's exploding to the upside like this. And I just put like a wide stop farm and I lost like $2,000 on a one lot. And I'm just like, what am I even doing here? I'm like, usually I trade a little bit more than that. And I'm like, this is not, the risk reward is not great here. The book's just too thin and too wide. So I've stepped back from it. But I do think that when I look at platinum, I think that it's short-term topped as well. And I think that will continue to go down. Going to be hard to trade it just because the book is so thin. But man, I got to tell you, I looked at last week, and I don't love being short like I used to. We'll go to your charts now, but I couldn't look away from being short S&P. Again, I had like almost everything I look for besides my daily chart, giving me a full-on reason to be short S&P. But I think we're headed to 6,900 or lower this week. I mean, that's just what I see.
Yeah, I mean, it was easy to feel bullish making a new all-time high. It always does. The short-term trend has been higher in ES, SPX, and QQQ, on the other hand, really didn't come close. And that was, to me, the tricky spot. I mean, I agree, like you had Bollinger Band peaks, prior Bollinger Band peaks up there. On ES, it was just littered. That whole range is just littered with extensions that could have been problematic for ES. Just a ton of reasons why it could have been problematic. And then NQ, so most people have just lost track of this RTH gap on NQ. That was 25,893 half to 26,015, if I remember correctly. And basically, I mean, price had come up to, Leo and I talked about roughly 869. It put up like 7 different highs on a 30-minute chart, something like that, in that range, sort of just below that RTH gap. And so, I had an alert set. I wasn't trading last week. I was off, but I had an alert set for 25,900 and just been watching for that potential setup where they come in and sweep those stops and then reverse it. And that's why I've got NQ up first here. That's basically what we got. We got some nice excess on the high on Friday. And then in order to, trigger that, bearish sequence, obviously we had to take a prior day's low. Well, we've done that and more. But, this is overnight. We haven't traded a single minute of cash. So, expectations tempered, I suppose. But I mean, this last move, just as we started talking, I mean, damn near got to last week's low already on NQ, right? So it's definitely an iffy spot. NQ could just be a lower high. And all of a sudden it looks far less bullish if it's down, a few hundred handles from here, right? So we've got the RTH gap below us as well on NQ. You've got the trailing week high of 600, and then this past week's low on an RTH basis was 628, which is also poor. So this is kind of like the protection, I suppose, that bulls have. But really, I mean, this area here, you see these kind of 669 has been also a massive extension for me, and happens to align nicely at sort of the lower edge of last week's primary distribution. So I mean, like, this needs to be the low, like, for the week. I mean, basically, like it's big trouble if we find continuation back into the trailing weeks range. So that's NQ. And again, was just a nasty, tricky spot yeah, I've been watching for, I don't know, 4 or 5 weeks, something like that. So I'll switch over to ES, because ES is a situation where I'll be characterizing this as a 3-month balance. And well, we're at the top of that balance, right? So if you're at the top of a balance, it's a sell objectively. Now, could it have been, and could it still be, an upside break of like a 2-month balance? It could be. January could come in and take out the highs now of December and break this to the upside. But for now, this kind of 69.52 spot, that was the prior all-time high from end of October or whatever, I can't even remember right now, that ultimately needs to sustain. Now, you can get these situations where you get, I call it like a false failed breakout, right? Well, as of now, it looks like it's a failed breakout. We're trading below, 52. Okay, well, we're talking about a 5-minute candle, right? So, expectations tempered on that, but know the risk. If this is indeed a 3-month balance, as I believe it to be, and we're trading at the top, then failures up here could potentially target the bottom. So we're talking the 6,500s, right? So it's good to be aware of that. The trend has obviously been higher in the short term. The trend obviously over long term has been much higher. So it's reasonable to assume that a 3-month balance will resolve to the upside next year. And if it does, then we're talking, much higher prices. I'd say like 73.69 is a reasonable target, 73.20 on SPX, some extensions up there, and it's going to look amazing. But I think we need to be sure that break has taken place. So for me, coming into January, I want to see January take and sustain December's highs very clearly. And I want to see 69.80 SPX as well. I know PAX has 69.80 ES. I also have an extension there for ES in that range. Even 69.80 SPX, though, I really want to see that and new highs for NQ to really feel comfortable that we're going higher. So really important to be aware of the risk. Now, we only have a couple of minutes left. Like, okay, what's the deal then for today? So we've got a gap down, and we've seen days where it's just a big old gap down buy, right? Very bullish day after a nasty overnight. And if we get this, then we're going to look at this and say, well, okay, what was I bearish about this morning? And we'll be, chuckling about it. If it is not a gap down buy, then it's kind of where the risk comes in to me. And so for ES, similar story. You've got an RTH gap below price, which is sort of offering some protection, right? So we could end up doing an F around find out with this, failed breakout the entire week, and not really have any resolution until, again, the first full week of the year. So, I think you could maybe give bulls the benefit of the doubt as long as, they're above, this RTH gap. So last week's low on an RTH basis was 69.08 half. And then the prior week was that 68.93 3/4 spot. You've got this gap there. If that's protected, like, maybe we can give them some more chances to just fill in some volume from last week's shit structure. No harm, no foul. But like I mentioned, the NQ spot, that kind of needs to be the low, that overnight low where it's at right now. ES, like, maybe it could come down to these 33, 36 spot. This normally is a spot that I'd be buying all day based on, structure. But again, questioning, last week's participants, extremely light. I want to see an index for something like a 2-3 month balance break. I want to see that take place during maximal participation, not, Santa's elves bidding a few micros like last week, right? So big day today. If it's a gap down buy and we just reclaim Friday's range, then, a lot of this was a big LOL. If this is a gap down and go, I think that sets the tone for this week. It's potentially very problematic. And we're going to have to sort of keep in the back of our mind the potential that this could just be a failure or a failed break of this balance that could target the other side to start the next year. But again, I think we need to, maybe provide some allowances, again, year-end times, for some kind of a balance, multi-day balance to form within last week's range on both NQ and ES and be okay. And then the decisive move would be the break of that multi-day balance. So again, I think reasonable to be somewhat constructive above, this weekly gap that we've got on both ES and NQ. Driving back through that trailing week, it's going to look very, very bad.
I'm with you, and it's for me on S&P down below 69.32 to 35 area. I think is really the key. I think they could slip down there today. Like I said, similar on my charts. That's the area I have that I think is really important to see if this upward trend continues, because this little bit of a pullback's nothing so far. But if it gets below there, I think it opens it up to, 6,900 or lower. I think relatively quickly. And this morning for me, on S&P, I do not want to see it really get above like 69.70-ish. And then your levels come in at 69.67, of course, 69.69. What am I saying? It's not 69.70, it's 69.69.
Just the market agrees with me. 69 was Friday's low, exactly. So, it's a meme market. So memes are going to meme. But I agree.
Yeah, exactly. No, it's true. It's so true. Oh, man. Well, Farm, glad to have you back after Christmas. I'm sure it was loads of fun with you. You got 4 kids. You got the new chair. You're all nestled in, ready for the new year. Great to see you Sunday night and have you here with us this morning. I won't talk to you before New Year. So Happy New Year, my brother.
Happy New Year, bud.
All right. Well, here we are on Mondays. And again, I talked about this earlier. It's an interesting week because it's the last week of the year, but also the first trading day of the year, which comes on Friday. And you got that holiday in between. And most people are gone. I'll be gone after today, actually. But I'll be watching the markets as usual from my phone. But I think we're going to have a busy week. And let's get ready to set the tone with 2 wonderful ladies that I've gotten a chance to know and you've gotten a chance to know throughout the year. And we've got a little video that we're going to play with them when they come on as well. Let's get ready to trade the open with Lumi and Tanja. Good morning, ladies.
Good morning. Good morning.
How's everybody doing today?
Doing great. Hard to come back after a long weekend.
Yeah. Had a lot of Christmas, a lot of Christmas cookies, honestly.
Yeah.
I feel like a sloth right now. Moving very slow, heavy.
Yeah.
Just kind of like, I gotta have to work this off. You guys aren't my age yet, but when you get to, I'm almost 50. I look around and I go, man, it comes on so quick, and then it takes a lot of work to come off. So,
Yeah.
But great to have you guys here. Here we are. We're gonna talk real quick about kind of just mindset coming into the week, coming off the holiday, and what you guys are seeing in the markets, and then everybody in chat. We've got a quick glimpse of a video of some of the best moments on NinjaTrader Live this year. It's not the full video, it'll just be a quick glimpse of it, and we'll play that here in just a moment. But I want to get to the 2 of you and see kind of what your thoughts are overnight. Tanja, we'll start with you. Everyone's talking about silver. We know all the experts are out there talking about the metals markets. And equities dipping a little bit this morning. Not sure you caught what I had said. I'm short. I bought puts last week. I'm a little bearish equities, a little bullish crude oil. I'm not doing anything in metals because I want to keep my sanity. But what are your thoughts coming in on this Monday?
Yeah, what a moon in silver. That's crazy. Yeah, and meanwhile, the equities are, we're coming off of a gap down now. I'm kind of anticipating us to go back to previous weekly low for NASDAQ. I think that when we had that gap up from last week, right after Christmas, we had this gap up in NASDAQ and ES, and we didn't fill it. And to me, as we shifted that structure and we're remaining weak, I think that we could go and target previous weekly low and fill that gap up. And yeah, because it would be healthy to rebalance that area, as Farm said. And ES even stronger left that gap up. And you have just like these stacked lows here. And I think that, yeah, coming off the holiday, I think that just like everyone else, you might be feeling a little groggy or something. I'm just trying to make sure that my intention is sharper and that I just refocus during the session. And if if I feel I'm sort of off, or if I see that the market's not following the structure, which I do think that we should hold from. If we come up and reject from 25,700s to 734 on NASDAQ, I would look to short. If we kind of just come back up and whatever, then I'm gonna be like, okay, probably size lower and just go back to the drawing board essentially. So I'm sort of anticipating us to come back and drop there, back lower, maybe a gap and go to the downside. I don't know. That's what I'm kind of looking at. And I'm not gonna size up or anything because this is a holiday week. It could be a slower market. It could be a fast open and then a slow rest of the day, because sometimes that'll happen, especially if we hit a level like previous weekly low on the NASDAQ. So that's kind of the mindset I'm coming in with today.
Yeah, Lumi, what about you?
So, I already traded today and I got perfect short on gold this morning. So I'm kind of bearish on gold because I'm looking for balance in this part. So basically looking for immediate rebalance here on weekly chart, and I'm looking for reaction from fair value gap. So I saw lots of people pretty bullish on gold to 4,600, and that's perfectly fine because it was my weekly objective last week. We were quite close. It was yesterday actually, but price failed to take previous week high level, so that's why I expected to get retracement down back to discount, and that's why I shorted this morning. So right now I'm watching. I really believe here's the last area of support for gold for today. So if it's going to offer a reaction from this fair value gap, I will look for another trade today, which will be long. But for now, let's see. So far, just as you can see, for our chart straight move down. We got weekly immediate rebalance. We just hit fair value gap, but obviously no reaction yet. So I will continue looking for setup, but I'm not going to like blindly enter long here. I will look for probably 15-minute candle closure above this high, 44.40, and then I will try to long if it truly wants to pump back to New York midnight open at least. But so far I took a short from here, just for 2 hour. That's it. For indices, my target for today was daily fair value gap on ES. Honestly, did not expect to get it this morning. I mean, like pre-market, but okay, that's perfectly fine. On NQ makes sense to take previous week low level, and probably I will look for reaction. So I don't really expect to get NQ lower than 500 today, but everything can happen. Would like to get reaction from previous week low level and daily fair value gap. So close to all-time high, it was like less than 20 points away. Kind of makes sense to look for a continuation higher, but honestly don't expect to get this today. Maybe tomorrow. So far, going to wait for previous week low to be taken and a reaction. I totally fine to scalp this week. So yeah, that's pretty much it.
Well, like I say with Tanya each and every week, Tanya, one of the things I love about having Tanya on Mondays is she sets the tone for the week. Really great temperament, and you have a lot of those similar traits. And having the two of you guys coming out of a holiday, everyone is kind of, dusting the cobwebs off, getting ready for a week that could be busy. Again, it could be a busy week. I actually expect it to be somewhat busy this week. I think you're going to get some good action today. We'll see. And no two better people to set the tone for us on the last Monday of the year. But before we get into live trading the open, Tanya, you've been with us all year, really since the inception of NinjaTrader Live launch back in March. Hard to believe it happened so quickly. And then Lumi, you've come on as of late and been a wonderful addition to having you here on live. The production team clipped some of the best moments from some of the funniest moments from 2025, and we're gonna pull that clip right now and let the audience watch that, and then we'll release the full video later.
Let's
production.
Oh, yeah.
Top of the morning to you, traders. Anthony Crudele here, and welcome to NinjaTrader Live. I'm joined by a great panel today, live in Naples, Florida, for the launch of NT Live.
Things are moving. Now, on the next 30-minute candle.
What do we do now? Are we live?
Is this live? Are we going? Is this?
Are we live? Are we
Yeah,
live?
there
I
we
was
go.
just gonna
Look,
do
there
that.
you go. I think we're alone now. Are we gonna start singing, you and I? What are we gonna do?
Hey, yeah, hey, yo.
I don't know. You're not on screen. I don't know what's going on.
Can you take me higher? Can you take me higher?
That was
actually
impression.
very close. That was very close.
take me higher.
This is where the slow sound clips like "Take Me Higher."
Boom, 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 boom. Gets me pumped up. Who's pumped up this morning?
Should have been a cowboy.
Oh, that goes hard. That was awesome. I love that. I was having a good time watching it.
Hey, talk dirty to me. Let's get into some trouble.
You fuck off for the day.
That's good. Whoa!
Whoa, you said it. Wait, you said
He
it.
gave me. I was given permission.
Fucking Jack. This is a. Sorry.
Family show, family show.
Yeah. I was gonna say this is a real jag-off area, but I can't say that either. You're a jag-off. I want to see the Nasdaq take that shit out. Let's go, you dirty dog. Sell that shit.
That's what she said. That's why you missed it. I showed everybody my Lucky Charms. It sounded different than I intended it to.
My ass is clenched, I'm telling you guys.
That sounds sexy when you say it.
Even though I'm married, if you keep trading like this, I might fill out that dating application.
Jim, you don't need to apply. I can just accept you.
Okay.
Yeah.
You son bitch. Don't be a dick for a tick. A schmuck for a buck.
Honestly, this is the best fucking Friday.
Family show,
one.
family show,
Family
family
show,
show.
that's why.
Sure
Family
one.
show, family show.
It is the most fun you can have with your pants on. It is incredible. It is great.
F that.
Tennessee? Are you from Tennessee? Because you're the only 10 I see.
Let's see if I can do a Stowe impression. A new low would be encouraging.
Oh, gross. Yesterday's coffee. Oh, no. We need this to get back above the overnight low.
Taste the rainbow.
Taste the
For those reasons, I'm out.
Oh my gosh, that was awesome.
The full video will be out later today, and we will post that on X. And man, what an amazing year. Last Monday of the year, like I said, couldn't have two better people here to lead us off on a Monday, busy morning, post-Christmas, heading into New Year's, and then Friday, of course, Pax will be here for the first trading day for the year. Chat, what can I say? This is my last day on the year. Hit like and subscribe. As you can see, we have a lot of fun here, and we're more than just a live stream. We talked about it. We're a network of traders, and building this this year has been one of the highlights of my career, of my life, really. And so I can't thank everyone enough for being here with us here this morning and throughout the year. So hit like and subscribe and never miss an episode of NinjaTrader Live. Tanya and Lumi, Again, thank you guys for being here. Hope you both had a wonderful Christmas. Wishing you both an absolutely fantastic New Year. And I'll hand it off to you guys for the rest of today.
Thank you. Me
Thank
too.
you. You too.
Oh my goodness. I was bracing myself as soon as I saw the singing on the screen. I was like, oh, this is gonna be
It was
a
amazing.
lot of me. But wow, yeah, we got some good voices there. It seems like Take Me Higher by Creed is like the theme song for longs and
Well,
lovely. That was great. Oh man, I can't wait to see that full video later. That was good. What a good start to the Monday. Good vibes here. Oof. All right. You have a ES open, right? Yeah, you have an ES.
yeah.
Cool. I got NASDAQ. Now, NASDAQ seems weaker. I think I'd rather, if there's a short in the NASDAQ, I'll short that. I have a feeling. I have a feeling I gotta like be ready at the open because I feel like it's gonna happen at the open. It's gonna be some kind of move, and I gotta be there for the first move. If I miss it, then we're gonna be at previous weekly low at 10 by 10 a.m. and then it might just do nothing after that.
Yeah.
You said.
I'm done already, to be honest. I made $800 on my each funded account today. So honestly, I don't really want to trade anymore, but I'm fine to
really?
trade small size.
But I thought you took a gold short.
Yeah.
Oh, it didn't work out yet?
I closed already, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Got you. Wait, but okay.
It's just free fall right
But
after
when
I close the
so
trade.
you got the TP on that one?
Yeah,
Okay,
immediately.
so wait, how are you down? Oh, you're done for today. That's what you're saying? You
Yeah.
feel like you're done because you already had the win. Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah, we just dropped a bit actually, and oh my gosh, if it happens pre-market, I'll be not that happy. Oh no. What a dump there. 9:15, 9:16 a.m. What?
Yeah.
4K.
Keep dropping. I honestly don't see entry right now for short.
No. Me neither, not yet. I've put my fib up to sort of get an idea. And the 50% is around like 50% of this 15-minute gap or hourly gap. But yeah. I don't know. I was thinking that, I think Farm said, he said that this low here is pretty important. We just wicked it, lost it on the NASDAQ. You just broke new low of debt. So what's like last week wasn't too bad. The action.
Yeah, last week was perfect, to be honest, for me.
I liked it, yeah. I think I just traded like one of the days, I think Tuesday. What's the average true range? Last 5 days, NASDAQ 263. Okay.
Yeah,
we're
just
having
hit
a bigger
50% of
average.
daily fair value gap.
Yes, okay. But this whole move up, I mean, on the daily.
By the way, what do you think
50%
about
of it
ES last week new week opening gap? Because
I
ES
have
didn't
that
touch this
highlighted.
level.
Yeah. That's what I think as well. And NASDAQ's really close to it. It's about 50 points away.
Yeah, and Q tested this level last week. I would say it feels 75% of this new week opening gap, while ES didn't even touch. So, main question, if it's not going to offer reaction from daily fair value gap, probably will drop lower to this last week. How can I say this? Like old new week opening gap last week? I don't know, like old new week opening gap.
Yeah. Like previous new week opening gap, maybe? I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay. And we're gonna have a bit of a gap down when we open.
Mm-hmm.
Quite a bit. Like the RTH gap.
Okay. Didn't have
See, what
any
was my
drawings from last week.
score?
Trying to draw every single level.
Oh, I deleted
Well,
everything.
yeah.
I like to delete my drawings every week at the
Oh,
opening.
really? That's interesting.
Yeah. Like, it's typically too many drawings.
Probably SPX is going to open at OT this move up. I think so, which is going to be same level with daily fair value gap on an ES. So main question, if it's not going to offer the action from 62 and 70.5%, normally if no reaction from 70.5%, we're going to sell side, near sell side. This means we will take this level, which lines up, oh, you cannot see this probably. Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
probably people cannot see my screen.
yeah, and also, I like that the previous weekly low levels for both ES and NASDAQ are some like pretty round numbers. Previous weekly low ES like 6950, 6900.5, right? And then previous weekly low for NASDAQ's around 25,600. So, yeah, I like that. You know what they say, don't put your stop at like a round number.
Mm-hmm.
So, I'm kind of expecting the open to be quick then, especially how we've kind of gone. So I gotta be on top of my A game here. Gotta be ready. I really just don't want to miss something and then be like, oh no, it's too late. Sometimes you just really have like 15 seconds to get in.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm like, oof. Especially if you
Look
trade
at
the 1
15-minute
minute.
chart.
Do you trade the 1 minute at all?
No.
Okay.
Look at 15-minute chart. Seems like it's building low resistance liquidity to upside. This means we should get reaction either from daily fair value gap with like huge reversal, V-shaped reversal all the way up to Asia high, or exactly same reaction can happen from previous week, new week opening gap. I do like this low resistance. So it is going to be from here all the way up to New York midnight open and Asia high, or we're going to retrace to this 15-minute fair value gap, drop to this previous week low level, and then same move. And honestly, I perfectly fine to see this today. So we're gonna see.
Yeah.
Let me check daily chart.
Pew, pew, pew.
Okay. All right. Okay, all right. I'm going to show my executions right now from this morning because it's funny. On gold, I use 3-minute chart. Let me open 3-minute chart actually. So here's my executions from gold this morning. It looks like nothing, honestly. So I entered short. We got nice displacement down. I was like, nice displacement down. I'm going to move at break even. Hit my break even. I was like, no way, it's not going to drop. I increased my size twice more. So I entered 6 micros here. So I entered 12 micros here. And immediately delivered to my TP. I wasn't in front of my computer even. I was like, okay, nice. And right after this, we drop another 60 points. I mean, like, of course, I feel like I could make way more, but that's fine. That's fine. So, yeah.
Be like that sometimes.
That's all I traded today.
That's the name
Nothing
of the
else.
game. Yeah. I mean, you made money on it.
Yeah.
I mean, sometimes I'll hold a runner and then, the runner comes in this market. Well, I don't know about gold. Gold will tend to run more nowadays, but
Yeah,
Yes, and
exactly.
NASDAQ. If I leave a runner, I feel like if every time it'll come stop me out with my trailed stop or break even stop, whatever there is. So I typically will just like take most off at first target or so nowadays.
Yeah, I traded gold last week. It was when it was 2 last trading days. I don't remember which day it was. But I got like nice trades. I got nice short, like 27 points, and I got 40 points long. Trade my own account, so nice trades
Nice.
here. Yeah, and short these funded accounts. Because of consistency on some fund accounts, I traded smaller size, on other accounts, bigger size. So yeah, NinjaTrader, I mean, like I do like Replicante because I can pick method, and I do use ratio because I can adjust contracts.
Totally. Yeah, you gotta adjust the contract sizing. All right, the chat's 33% bullish, 44% bearish, and 22% neutral. Yeah, most of them are bearish, just like us. Okay. Noted. Oops. Okay. Noted. I mean, what do we got here? Yeah, there's no SMT at a low. I'm still bearish here. I'm hoping that we come back into like this 15-minute. Honestly, if it just gives me a 15-minute setup, I might just like enter based on the 15-minute and take that risk. It's decent. It's like 46 point stop or so. It's not bad. Not bad
Yeah,
idea.
actually
That'll
not
be
bad.
2R, So if it does get back to like 7/16s, I might just short from there. Or maybe I'll like wait 1 minute to see if it starts to like wick that area or something. I think the open will be
Yeah.
really interesting.
I hate to trade at the open because like volatility, this like Judas swing,
Yeah.
potential Judas swing. Yeah, I'm like
Yeah,
not
sometimes
fan
you
of
get like
this.
2 Judas swings.
So I
You're
prefer
like,
to
was
just
that
wait
it?
for 940 at least.
940, got you. Yeah, I don't have like a strict rule like that. But I see it when I see it. Let's see.
Okay, 3 more minutes, guys. 3 more minutes.
3 more minutes. Time to slap yourself awake. Maybe they'll do like 10 push-ups on the floor. Get yourself pumped up. Let's see.
Okay.
You got to pump it up.
Well, I like this retracement right now. I hope both ES and Q is going to tap this 15-minute fair value gap.
You hope it's gonna what? The 15-minute?
Yeah, we're going to touch 15-minute fair value gap on both ES and NQ.
I want us to reach to like 50% of it. That'd be great. Then I'll probably try, and then I would like us to reject from there if we're gonna stay bearish.
Well, 1 more minute. Gonna check gold as well. Gold kind of stuck at this weekly immediate rebalance. But no displacement, for example, so at least to try to long this retracement back to premium here. I'm fine to trade gold again, but not right now. I will wait for setup first.
Got you. Think, yeah, since we're pumping right now before the open, I'm gonna see. I'm not gonna go straight short right at the open.
Yeah,
If there is
that's
like
already
some
hit.
sort of SMT, because like, yeah, you can just start pumping. So the fact that it looks like this right now, I'm gonna wait and see how we react from here, especially if we get some sort of divergence. Then I'll probably try something like a
You
short.
know
You really
what I
don't know.
noticed?
Sometimes it just melts up, back up, like we melted down
Yeah.
there. Oh, let's see. Oh
Both,
my gosh,
you
that's
know,
already
yeah, we
dropping.
touched 15-minute fair value gap. You know what I noticed? If ES and NQ did not touch New York midnight open between 3 a.m. and 7 a.m., normally it's trying to test this during the day. So right now we actually didn't touch this level. Last touch was at 1 a.m. So we definitely can come back there to back to New York midnight open. Just according to my
Where is midnight
observations.
open? We're so far below it.
Yeah, I know. It's like 30 points away on a yes. But still, SPX opened at 50, actually at 62%.
That was a wild first candle.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Well, we inside 15-minute fair value gap on ES and NQ. But once again, I don't really want to engage in shorts just yet.
That was a wild first candle, like that range, and we have right little wick there, 45-point candle. Nasdaq, yes, looking a little bit stronger. Nasdaq took like a 9 a.m. high there. Yes, didn't.
Okay. Where do you think you're going to change your bias back to bullish? What should happen?
I don't know. I feel like I'll do that if we get back. I'll go back to the drawing board if we get back above like 70, like the 50s and 750s,
Okay, got it. Mm-hmm.
760s. I'll have
Yeah,
to,
makes
then I'll
sense.
reassess, but right now I'm not thinking about that.
Because ES looks a bit more bullish comparing to NQ.
Yeah, it's definitely stronger. Right here and like
Mhm.
50% of the 15-minute there. And then we're gonna make probably the first presented FEG of the day. We'll see. We're back above 9:30 open. Just digging into that.
Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm gonna change settings right now. Yeah, if ES is going to break with strong displacement above 69.60, probably will flip my bias back to short-term bullish to take London high and New York midnight open. Like, really would like to get for longs. Obviously, I don't want to long just yet, but if it's going to offer strong displacement above 60s, there is a chance to pump. Still inside 15-minute fair value gap. Yes, almost balanced 15-minute fair value gap while NQ tested 50%. Well,
Mia first present the FEG. I'm watching Nasdaq. It's very bouncy off of it.
mm-hmm. Hard to short, honestly, right now with this open. Yeah, I'm gonna wait.
No, I'm not shorting. I'm gonna mark out this first presented PG. Let's see if we come back below that.
Yeah, you
Otherwise,
want to see
this is too
inversion, right?
dangerous to be shorting here. No, I'm not doing that.
Yeah, I got it.
No, no. So we'll see. ES on the 15. Or I'll see like what this 15-minute candle. Kind of interested in this. Yeah, we got all these wicks down here in NASDAQ. Yeah, if we like close back above, I think that's where I'll flip bullish. If at this end of this like hourly candle, which will be like the 10 a.m. news anyway, we completely just like have a bullish engulfing, or we have inversions to the upside, and I'll have to reassess. Yeah, we could go back up. Because, you know, the market still can be like on the 4-hour, can still be bearish, and it could just want to
Yeah, exactly.
retrace back here before going lower. So, yeah.
I mean, this reaction up is perfectly fine because we tested daily fair value gap.
Yeah. Yes, it's kind of like had taken some equal lows from like Tuesday, Wednesday Asia session. So it does make sense to have a little bit of a bounce. We're right at the open there, the 4-hour for NASDAQ. Yeah. All right, I'm glad I waited for the reaction, because that would have blew all the shorts out of the water. Phew, back to the upside. All right. Yeah, this is where I said I'd reassess things now. All right.
So it's trying to break above 69.60. As said before, normally if ES and NQ did not test New York midnight open between 3 and 7 a.m., according to my observations, we go into this level during AM session most of the time. So, okay, we're displacing above 60s. This is exactly what I want to see for flipping the bias back to bullish, at least short-term bullish. I don't want to, like just enter long, blindly enter long because we got break above this level. But yeah, I like this
It's a
idea so
wild
far.
15-minute candle, yeah. Wild. And
of course, it's not going to give me an entry. Oh my God, such a nice move up here.
I mean, the only entry was that first present FEG one was very bouncy off of it there, and then it was like a bounce pad, launch pad. It was wild. Okay. All right, so chat. 44% bearish. We've launched up though, so I'm gonna go back to the drawing board essentially. See this 4-hour.
Okay. Yeah, probably it's going to close above 69.60. Still has room to go higher. 69.76, nice level, and 850 on NQ, also nice level. It's basically New York midnight open. YM telling the story. Okay, let me see. YM. By the way, it's like almost never you will see YM, ES, and NQ are in sync, but today it's actually cool. But YM also below New York midnight open still. I still would like to see we taking out this level, just tasting this level again.
Yeah, so it turns out we had a fast open, but not the bearish side. I would have been ready to click the button on that one, but not for, yeah, it was to the upside so far. Pretty fast
By the
open.
way, I
Got
have
news
question.
at 10.
I have question for you. When you trade like 15-minute fair value gap order block, do you use like, I call this time frame alignment chart, like 15-minute chart, 1-minute chart, like for entry, market maker buy or sell model on lower time frame? Do you use this?
Yeah, I like to line up. So like remember the 15-minute like FEG had marked, then I was like, okay, yeah. Since we were pumping back up into it, it was like, okay, yeah, I'll just wait to see if there's a reaction. So then I'll just go to 1 minute and see if there's a structure shift
yeah,
on
I
the
get it.
one. And that's why I never entered the short because pretty much it didn't shift bullish on the one, bearish on the 1 minute. So
Okay, got it.
yeah, kind of a wild wick to start and then here. Okay. Kind of interesting here. All right.
Okay, SPX tested OT of RTH gap. So we might trace lower, slightly lower first. I do like how we tested exactly 62% of RTH gap. I'm going to see
Yeah,
3 minute
good
chart.
point. I forgot. I wanted to look at that. Wild gap down. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
The close.
We're going to open 2-minute chart. I'm fine to trade yes and gold again today, but I will reduce my size since I already up on all my fund accounts. Okay, gold keep going lower. We broke below bottom of our fair value gap. Okay, let me see where we can actually go at this point. We have some sell side lower. 43.36. But it's like 40 points drop, guys. Guys, you bearish on gold or bullish? What do you expect to get? Honestly, I did not expect to get such a huge sell-off, but I expected to get drop. So I'm wondering if it's going to like offer strong break below a bottom of our fair value gap. Can we take 43.36? $1,500 on 20 Apex accounts. That's actually great. Amazing
What?
job today. Good. I just did in the chat. Wow. I may look for the tracement on ES, probably to try long to New York midnight open, but not deep retracement, just minor one. Ideally above 50% of this move up.
Fair enough. Yeah.
So basically, if it's going to stay above 69.55, I may consider long to New York midnight open. How many points I can get if it's going to stay? Oh, 20 points, more than enough. We have news today?
10 a.m.
Oh, okay. I didn't check this
Orange
morning.
folder.
SPX, nice reaction from OT of RTH gap. Trying to retrace lower. As you can see on 3-minute chart, we have flat candle, weakless candle.
Yeah,
Over
15-minute
here
chart looks crazy.
yeah. So far, honestly, nothing I like to trade. See this 30-minute candle? Like we got perfect sweep on 30-minute chart, but if I want to trade continuation, basically this third candle, we don't have setup for this just yet. So setup is going to be retracement and formation of 3-minute OB order block, 3-minute order block, and it's going to be continuation trade here. We don't have continuation setup to say like, okay, it's perfect reversal here. No.
I don't know. I feel like, yeah, we'll see. It's interesting. Stopped out all the shorts, and I don't know if they're trapping longs. We were tracing to like an hourly on NASDAQ, FEG. I don't know. So no, probably said I have to go back to the drawing board here. I want to see what this looks like, this retracement.
Please saying apply advanced market structure, Lumi. Okay, okay, if I want to talk about market structure, we got break of structure to downside here, right? We got the closure, we retrace back to these highs, which I don't really like, to be honest. But can I say it's protected high here? Not really, right? Not strong one, at least. We took equal highs.
So what did you say about ES? You're looking for longs now?
I said, 1 second, I'm going to finish typing. What I said is, if ES is going to stay above 50% of this move up,
Yeah.
here's OT, yeah, I will look for longs. Ideally, would
Okay,
like
so
to
we're
see
waiting for a
above
reaction
50%.
again.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yes,
Alright.
yes.
All right. Got you. That's what I'm like, I'm looking at for NASDAQ pretty much. Yeah, we have quite the push up there on the 5 and 15 though. Yeah, okay. A 15-minute inversion here.
By the way, I just noticed, see this 15-minute chart on ES? We didn't close above sequence of unclosed candles. So basically, it failed to offer OB or change in the state of delivery on 15-minute chart. While NQ actually offered this. So, that's a kind of tricky for longs right now. Just notice on 15-minute chart. At least notice, not too late. So we didn't close above sequence of unclosed candles on 15. So it's not good for longs because we didn't get bullish
For me,
shift in
yeah.
structure yet.
Yeah, I'm pretty much 50-50. I'm wondering whether that is the Judas stopping out all the shorts at the open, and are we going to go back to bearishness, or are we going to, bounce here and go have more upside, like back to midnight open, like you said?
It's interesting
I think I'd
also. Look
wanna
at
see.
NQ. NQ didn't take London high as well. Just
This
nothing
hourly is
happened. Didn't take.
wild.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
think I'm
It's
gonna wait
extremely
until
tricky.
I think that it's probably gonna be easier. Yeah, after 10 a.m. We'll see. That is a nice wick on the hourly that took out some liquidity. All right. I think I'll wait for the next hourly candle. 4 hours, very back and forth.
Oops.
Okay. Yeah, I'll see what happens here. Is NASA going to respect this inversion? If we don't, then I mean, I'll probably go back to shorts. We took liquidity here. Yeah. It's a bit more. A lot of action this morning. Okay.
Yeah, RD and YM looks so bearish right now.
What looks bearish?
YM.
Oh,
Oops.
YM.
Mm-hmm. It balanced hourly for a value gap. Look at this huge
Yeah.
week on hourly candle. Oh, that's crazy actually. Yeah, I'm not going to be in rush, going to wait. It's Monday.
Okay. Yeah, so basically for NASDAQ to remain bullish, I do want it to remain above 700s, 702s. So let's see what this retracement looks like. We have 10 a.m. news here soon.
Yes, trying to break below 70.5% of OTA retracement. Which is nice sign of invalidation for longs. It's annoying because feels like we're jumping like from discount to premium, from premium to discount without taking any liquidity level.
I don't know, yeah. YM looks pretty bearish there. Yeah. It's rejecting its 930 open and yeah. On the 5, it hit a new low of session, retracing now into that and new rejecting. So yeah, I'm not the yeah, I'm probably still bearish. We'll see. See what kind of situation it'll present though. At 10 a.m. You know, if this gets taken, if we come back below first presented FEG, I'll probably look for a short and the stop above like 830 open or something. Something like that. What would that look like? Trying to think of this, whether that's fair enough.
30-minute candle looks wild.
Okay.
Well, 6 minutes left until 10.
What'd you say?
6 minutes left until 10. So we will see what Nick is going to offer us.
It's kind of interesting. We bounced here. Yeah, we didn't come back down to below the first presented FEG yet. Yes, on the 5 looks fine. Yeah. All right, I'm gonna wait until 10 a.m. I'm sat forward in my seat. I'm ready for a trade if it happens. All right. Bum, ba-dum, bum. I'm kind of interested to see. I feel like this is a major area where bulls and bears are now fighting. We gotta see who will win.
Yeah.
Who will win? I mean, 15-minute doesn't really give you much to work on the fifth. Like, there's no 15-minute FEG there. It has the inversion. That's basically it, and it's not that cleanest. Hourly looks very wicky. Looks quite bearish. That rejection up here, 800s. So I'd prefer to see us break down again. Prefer to see us break down. Don't need this guy. Especially if it happens at like 10, I think I'd be ready just to go in if it broke down at 10.
Mm-hmm.
Because I feel like it could just deliver quickly to previous weekly low. Yeah, we'll see. Could also just, this could be the retracement to go back higher. We'll see. But for that, I'd probably want to see, these short-term highs get back above 830 open for NASDAQ and get back above like 750s.
Both yes and Q stuck inside OT, bullish OT. But no the action, we just stuck there.
Which actually, you kind of don't want to see it hang out there too long if it's going to be bullish. Yeah, see how we'll see. We had the news in orange folder news in a minute, 2 minutes, 2.5 minutes. Pending home sales month over month. Forecasted 1%. Previous was 1.9%. Let's see, 2 minutes and 10 seconds until that release.
Yeah, because 15-minute chart right now looks way more bearish on ES than it was before. Look at this closure 15-minute chart.
Yeah.
It's definitely not bullish sign.
No. Yeah, I agree. I wouldn't be like, the only thing for bullishness is on a 5, and that's not really anything. For a higher time frame, hourly 15 looks bearish. About 4 hours, it's better. I think they'll good to go that way. All right, let's see here. NASDAQ. Okay. Yeah, the fact that we're hanging around there, probably gonna break down soon. Let's see.
Okay, 50 seconds. Home sales will not really affect the price action. I just did in the chat now. Actually, it offers some volatility. That's all.
Why are
we
you
need.
reading chat like 10 seconds before the news? Don't worry about it. Like, don't. It's a distraction right now. I'm trying to figure this out. Let's see. Why? Don't do that.
By the way, I always read the chat.
Not 10 seconds before news. There's gonna be a million. There's gonna be a million different opinions there.
Oh my god. Oh my god. News came out.
All right, here, let's see. Actual is 3.3% pending home sales. That's a lot. That's a lot higher than they forecasted. All right. Interesting. Let's see this. Bouncing off 9:30 open NASDAQ. All right.
And nothing happened.
9:30 open bounce. Inversion on the 1. Let's see if we're gonna go break a new high, this swing high and get back above 8:30 open, then we might get back to the new highs. Let's see.
Come on, market, wake up. We need some action, please. Please. Start moving for us. Next up on gold, as I said before, is going to be 42.36. You know, my short entry like nice, but my exit looks like nothing after such a huge sell-off. Could get, oh my god, 100 points. That's actually insane.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, market's not really doing much here. All right. You'll wake me up if we break this low or we come back below here. We didn't get back above 8:30 open. It's gonna be interesting. It would be nice to break this low with like a nice displacement. To break 700s. So that I can have a clear like stop loss there.
So let's see if ES is going to break below OT. Can you short? Doesn't want to break yet. Oh my god.
Wild Wicks every time. It's like the other time we collabed, I think. It was funny. All right, let's see. Yeah, it's just wicking. I'm waiting for this to get back below 700s.
Yeah, I'm like shorts below OTM. Yeah, I'm going to come back in 1 second.
All right, it feels like we're about to melt down. See how this goes.
Okay. Looks good, honestly. On the ES as well.
Let's see. I want to start melting down. Like I said, I feel like the could happen. So we did after 10. Yeah, everything's kind of lining up. After 10, we are starting to drop the 15-minute. I mean, I'm putting my stop at the 15-minute high because I don't want to retrace anymore. We already took out this buy side up there, right? So I'm putting my stop at this 15-minute high. We already retraced it definitely enough times. So just gonna go for it. We just inverted, I think, the first presented FEG just now.
ES closed below OTM. So next stop is going to be 69.36. I'm in shorts, I guess. Wallet now? Yeah, shorts and ES looks wallet as well.
Yeah, the thing is, yeah, this is why I entered. I see on this 1 minute. Yeah, okay, cool. Great. This probably would have been a slightly better entry, but I don't really care.
It's fine.
10 points It's not a big deal. I'd rather get in, especially if it's gonna about to drop like 90 points or 80 points. We'll see. I don't want it to definitely take out these lows yet next. What am I doing? Horizontal line. Let's take out them lows, especially at 9:30. These like wick lows. If they get taken out, I mean, I feel like we're gonna just drop like a rock.
Yeah.
That looks good.
Yeah, I also entered
Like
short on
hopefully
the
it
ES.
drops through that like a lot. I don't want. It would be so annoying if we like wick this, because then and then we'll gonna have like back and forth BS. So I want the 15-minute, yeah, to stay bearish. Yeah, YM looks decent.
YM below 10 AM open. Next up on YM is minor sell side at 681. Nothing. Would like to see yes drop into 69.36. Next level 69.24.
Let's get it started.
I entered like 5 micros short on ES.
Nice.
Seems like on micro, yes, we took flat candle. It can be like some position open for me to lock some profit. Interesting. Can I probably you will not see my screen at this point. Let me try to extend. Probably no. It'll be hard to see.
All right. Hourly is looking quite bearish. We have 45 minutes left in this hourly candle. So I'm thinking we go at least for the new lows of the session.
Yeah.
But like obviously I want that previous weekly low hit. Yeah, we took enough. We took enough of buy side over here when we inverted. Yeah, okay. Let's see this. What will it be? RTY is dropping a lot. Okay.
We took flat candle. I will trail my stop loss on ES now. We took flat candle here. I didn't take partial, but still. It's on 5 on ES.
Yeah, I think after we take these lows, I'll put my stop break even, because I'm thinking about here. What I'm thinking about is these people got stopped out already. I want us to continue here, basically. if we wick it, we might have annoying reversals and consolidation.
V6. Okay.
Not break even. Maybe up here it could come back into the 5.
Yeah, I'm break even as well.
I was thinking about the 5 minute. I could do what YM did. I'm fine with getting back in again. Okay, I didn't
Because yeah, feels like not worth it to leave stop loss. Like we got some displacement, makes sense to trail to break even because price actually like in the S&Q doing nothing so far.
Yeah, I'm out of the trade now.
I'm
Yeah,
still
I said I wanted it
still
to.
in.
Sounds good. This 5 minute is what I'm looking at now. You know what? Yeah, I'm gonna wait. I'll see what this 5 minute does, basically. I'd be okay to reshort if it's weak again, but if we invert this and come back above 930, then we're gonna have consolidation. If we're rejecting this, then that'll be a good look. I'm not afraid to like re-enter again. So what I hate is when we go back and forth so much.
Yeah, me too. Interesting because both ES and NQ didn't take this this low. What time is this? Like 9:20 a.m. low. So as I said before, we didn't take any liquidity level. We keep dancing between premium and discount. That's pretty much it. So that's why it's not really worth it, in my opinion. So as you can see, ES took this flat candle on 5 minute chart, and right after this, I decided to trail to break even. I guess it was a smart decision.
Yeah, it was a good decision. That's from where we dropped. Now we're back up.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted a fat drop, but hey, you can't get what you
You're asking too
wish
much.
for.
You're asking too
Yeah,
much.
you're asking for too much. I agree.
But for me personally, I saw in validation, ES broke below OT. Yeah.
I said I wanted,
So-
yeah. I mean, I said what I wanted was a fat break below 930 low. We didn't get it. We just wicked it and came back up, so that's fine. That's fine. Market wants to play some games. And it's whatever. It's a Monday. Holiday week could be, I think. Yeah, I wanted 10 a.m. to start the drop. Now what are we doing? 10 a.m. Okay. I mark out 10 a.m. open. It's always good. You have that marked out too, right? Or do you just like note it?
Yeah.
10 a.m. open.
Yeah. Break even hit.
Yeah, this is just a whole lot of back and forth. Back to the middle of the range again.
Well, what to do next?
I'm glad that you're out to break even. Okay. What to do next? I mean, I don't know. This shows me now that the market's not in an easy market condition since it's back and forth so much. I mean, what I wanted from the open was a nice retracement to here and then a drop. We didn't even we got that. We reversed from there. We're not even getting to, we didn't even get to the new low of the day. I'm gonna see what this 5 minute close is like. Maybe we come up to reject 930 again, and then 2 minute, it's a bearishness here. I don't know. We'll see. It's not completely out of we're still below 10 a.m. open. Came back to here. Let's see if we reject here again.
Okay. I'm just gonna switch my screen. 1 second. 1 second.
Let's see. if we don't come back above this high, bears are still in control. See how this 5-minute closes. We didn't invert this 5, so that's decent, but we closed pretty strongly there. See, we wicked 9:30. I don't know. Let's see. If we form another short, maybe I'd get involved to try one more time. But I need to see something kind of convincing on a 1-minute break of a low, pretty convincing. This break of this low, I mean, it was just slow. Lots of wicks on the way there. All right.
I'm looking right now where I don't want to enter again. What I would like to see. We're still trying to respect 10 a.m. open. NQ is still below this level. Maybe NQ wants to bounce slightly above 10 a.m. open first. Because if it really wants to be a bearish flower candle, we should manipulate above 10 a.m. open first. So we didn't yet. That's why price keep going higher probably.
I mean, 10 a.m. open, we did go, what you're saying that it should manipulate higher above 10 a.m. open for bearishness, or?
Yes. It's exactly, like flower
we already
candle
went up, though.
open,
Yeah.
it's 10 a.m. open basically, right?
Yeah.
So that's why,
Yeah.
like
We did
candlestick
leave a little
formation,
wick.
open, high, low, close. Yeah.
But yeah, but 10 to 10:02, we made a little bit of a wick. That's why I wanted to join it there to see if we were just gonna have continuation and a nice down close hourly candle. Now we're at 10 a.m. open again. Yeah, I don't really have much to do here, pretty much. Yeah, okay. We are definitely having a lot of just seek and destroy. Yeah. Went up, stopped out people that were short and trailing short to those 7 a.m. highs, and then stopped out those where they were long versus this low. Okay.
I'm on gold. What are you
We're back
doing
up
with
again.
me? I mean, gold, nice drop. It took my level, but it looks so funny. Like it's my trade and where we dropped. My husband keeps saying like, why you never leave runner? I have no idea actually.
Why you never
Just trail
what?
your stuff. Leave runner, like just one
Leave a
micro to see
runner?
where it's going. Yeah.
Yeah, you don't. Oh yeah, I think yeah,
Almost
you
never.
could,
Yeah. It was
I mean,
immediate
honestly,
delivery.
this
Yeah.
gold, maybe you should. Yeah, I don't know. I'll typically leave it depends on, honestly, if you have only 5 micros, it makes sense. It's hard to leave a runner, but you can leave maybe 1 to start with to just get comfortable with it if you want to. If you see from your data that it's helpful. Market's playing games.
Yep.
Okay, now we can read the chat. Someone said charts and codes at $6 and you can get a McDonald's value menu. That's funny.
Yeah. Yeah, my
How much did I
break-even
make? I
trade
made
gave me $6.
Yeah. Literally. I made 420. Says 420.
Wow. Let's count our millions.
$4.20. Not 420. Yeah. All right. It was a good call to go break even there. Simply
Very
is I
nice.
was just watching. It was just I was watching this hourly. I was like, okay, if we wicked all the way there, we should go continue down, not have another wick. We had another wick. A 15-minute, yeah. So, hmm. Hmm. Move is just a short YM because YM where I think literally where yeah, wait, oh, where I said it was like rejecting 930 open, it looks, yeah, it's hitting you low. It's chilling, rejecting actually on the 5-minute YM. YM versus NASDAQ, ugly. So YM having like a same vibe with the NWOG, let's see. No, that's the difference, is that it doesn't have the gap up like NASDAQ and ES does. Okay. No, I'm not interested in that right now. Okay. Chat up or down? It's like a seek and destroy. It's only at the extremes of the range. Okay. We're back at 8:30 open. NASDAQ, ES is below it. Okay. What are we at today? Down negative 0.3% on ES and down negative 0.47. Nvidia's down 1.7%. Tesla's down like 2%. Okay. Everything else kind of flat. Oops. Yeah. What about ES? Okay. Do you look at any stocks while you're trading futures?
Not really. I would say no. I just watch SPX, but
Oh,
that's
right.
pretty
Yeah, you
much it.
watch SPX. That's cool.
Yeah. SPX turning bullish now. Not yet, but let's
VIX
see where
is
it's going
quite
to
low.
close.
Yeah, all right. Honestly, it makes sense. It's price action. Like we are the ATR of the day, around 260 on the is Nasdaq's last 5-day ATR, and what else? The VIX is very low. It's 27 VXX. Volatility's dried up, so we had no continuation there. I would only re-enter a short if I saw like a break of a low with a big displacement, and we're just chopping down, chopping around. Gruck says just generating liquidity right now. Yeah, I agree. There's a pretty big buy order at this low and SPY. I want to see this low taken out. 69.38 is his area of interest. Yeah, that's what I wanted to see is the 920 lows, yeah, and everything else more in continuation lower for NASDAQ there. And we did not. We had buyers there, so crazy seek and destroy. Yeah. Yeah, YM is better structure. That's right. Charts and code goes, Monday isn't the problem, it's ourself. I don't think there's any problem. We came in with this kind of expectation, so that's why we didn't.
Yep.
That's why we trailed quickly too. This 15-minute was taking out a low. That's what I did. All right. Looks like chop, yeah. Love isn't always on time. Fractal Firm says, hold the line. I like that song. Hold the line. Love isn't always on time. Hold the line. I would say hold the line if I was still like, I say that if I'm in a trade and I'm trailing. Pre-New Year's rally, maybe. EF4768 says, is it normal to pass out when your position is deep in the red with no stop loss? Yeah, it sounds pretty normal. Seems like you're high stress situation. Should always have a stop loss. Should always got a stop loss.
Yep.
So both yes and Q is above 10 AM open so far. Cannot say like we got displacement above this level just yet, but we're above this level. Want to keep in mind we didn't take any significant liquidity level, buy side or sell side, so still nothing happened. Would like to be extremely careful right now. If people say I don't trade on Monday, I never understand this because like why? Why?
Yeah,
like,
sometimes you
what's
get
the
some nice
difference?
trends on Monday. Yeah.
Yeah, like what's the difference? So when I don't trade, when I don't see my setup, so I don't really care if it's Monday or Wednesday, you know. So I saw setup for short. I entered, but it stopped me out of break even when I was up like 10 or 11 points in profit on ES. That's perfectly fine for me. On gold, I took short. Also, I was waiting for setup. I got win. So it's just all about to wait, and it's hardest part in trading. Wait for setup.
Yeah, I think I was up probably like 30 points on NASDAQ, but I don't really care because
Yeah.
my TP was
Yeah.
like 90.
Me too.
Pew, pew, pew. I want that previous weekly low. But sometimes it generates liquidity and whatever comes back up to take it out later. So you just gotta manage your trades and be ready. Mm-mm-mm. I don't think I need this anymore. Breaking that swing high on NASDAQ. Well, YM made a new low. I should have just entered on YM. Honestly, I don't really trade YM, so I would have to get used to it. You neither?
Yeah. It's really hard to use YM when you're trying to analyze ES and NQ because like 99.9% of the time it goes up. When it goes up, ES and NQ going lower. Like
Yeah,
straight
they're
down.
inversely. Yeah, I agree. Especially NASDAQ. Yeah, I feel like that's a little bit more complicated because then choosing between three on which you want to trade, like for two, it's easy for me. I'm like, okay, yeah, I'll short the weaker one or long the I wrote down and said earlier today, I said I'd short NASDAQ, it's weaker. Versus if you have three, YM is just different kind of beast, I think. All right, let's see. Wonder what the relative volume is for today. I'm sure there's someone in the chat who looks at volume. Is the volume much lower today than usual? Or is it average? Actually, ES doesn't look terrible on the candlesticks. Okay. Let's see.
So nice displacement above 10 open on ES. I'm going to back to my original plan if it's going to break about 69.60 again that I mentioned before, like at the beginning of stream. Should transfer New York midnight open, at least another attempt. So back to original plan.
Got you.
Because like, if I want to think about this above this moves logically today, let's open NQ and check this. So NQ failed to take previous week low level today 3 times, like at least 3 times, actually 4 times. And last attempt also failed. Like makes million sense to pump to London high now. I don't see any reason to come back to previous week low right now without taking London high. Honestly. So, or it's going to be just BS per section. I don't know.
What's your low for London High on NASDAQ?
London high is at 822.
Mm. Yeah. The 2 a.m. high. I agree. It came really close at the open to taking it. It's kind of wild. Where's ES's London high?
Right below New York midnight open, 69.73.
Yeah. 73.75. Okay. Or 73. Okay. $73. That is like literally what, yeah, at 2 a.m. The 2 a.m. high. Chad, did you guys take a trade? Let me know. It is the holidays. Let's see. Volume's pretty low looking at the TPO things. Charts and code. Nice. Someone took scalp longs. Cool.
30-minute chart. Looks like garbage.
Yeah. Would have been more excited if we were going to break those lows. Nice. Charts and code took shorts on ES. 2 shorts.
I took only 2 trades today. It was short on gold and short on ES. Nothing else. I might look for a third trade for today if it's going to break above 69.60 to New York midnight open.
On like,
And that's it, I
on
guess.
like what, the 5 minute or the 3?
3 or 5. I guess it's going to be the same, so it doesn't really matter. 3. I guess 3-minute chart will be enough for me.
Oh yeah, the rejected at 8:30 open. It's 69.60. Is that why you're looking at 69.60? It's 8:30 open. Yeah.
Yeah. Let me actually highlight
Yeah,
this
they're
open.
different beasts today. I don't know. Hmm. Yeah, I'm trying not to get too like trigger happy. It's like don't really want to take unnecessary trades. Tried the short for more downside. Today didn't want to give us that continuation. Yeah, we're literally in the middle of this range. I don't have much of an edge here. We came back all the way back up to like this 5-minute on NASDAQ. Why? I don't know. Because it's just NASDAQ. All right, let's see. 10 a.m. happened. Yeah, whoever was in the chat was like, it's not gonna be anything. I mean, yeah, we just wicked up, then we dropped just very slowly, came back up. It's a choppy range. If you're a range trader, you know, if you anticipated the range, and good for you. Good job. And could have always taken some partials, but like I said, I'm not that kind of trader to not like my first target honestly was previous weekly low. Or at least these lows. I don't know. I would feel better if NASDAQ and ES had sort of SMT at the low for going long. So I'm holding off on the longs right now, personally. We'll see if ES gets any speed above 830 high. But yeah, it's just a lot of generating liquidity, I guess. Lumi, are you trading the rest of the week?
I mean,
Do you have, like,
yes, if I will see setup.
Yeah, okay. So you'll like show up to the charts.
Yeah.
Okay,
I
gotcha.
noticed like on gold, especially last 3 weeks, setups always at the same time between 8:20 and 8:25 a.m. all the time.
Oh.
And when I was drawing like levels today this morning, I was like, I see short. Let me check the time. 8:20. Should play out then. And I entered short twice because I saw short opportunity, and I was like, that's the exact time when usually stuff happens. So I hit break even and enter it again. Yeah, if you
Yeah.
notice, like I trade sweep and order blocks model. So I trade between 8:20 and 8:25. I cannot say 100% of the time, but often, like really often, this happens. Yeah, because market
Okay.
opens at 8:20. Yeah, I know. But yeah, you will see setup, especially entry between 8:20 and 8:25. Setup can form early, but entry, no. 8:20, 8:25.
Oh, okay.
So yeah. It was 30-minute sweep and 3-minute OB entry. Yeah. I entered a bit lower, by the way, because I didn't see this on time. Hit break even, then enter it again here and runs it down. Of course, I wish I was like holding longer, but it is what it is.
Yeah, I agree.
Like no complaints.
Yeah, honestly, I like watching streamers. When I'm not streaming, like I took off last week, and then so I ended up watching a couple streams. And I was like, you know what, I actually understand, because especially if you have like the similar setups of someone else. The help, like I'm like, yeah, it helps you just stay calm and hold to your trade and even
Really?
make more money. Yeah, like for
It's
me at
hard for me to
least.
watch
Depends on
other
your confidence.
streamers.
For me at least, it was like, oh wow. I get it.
Yeah. Yeah, I normally when I don't stream, I never watch someone because it's really confusing. It's really hard for me. I can watch someone after I'm done with my trading, like that's it. I close my charts, I can watch someone. But when I trade, no, I'm not gonna watch anyone. It's not for me. It's really
Yeah,
hard.
honestly, I made more money. I like especially I think what was it? The day we had like the Arena Cup. I pulled ahead to first during that time because I was like watching packs, and I was short buys.
Mhm.
Pax was like, I'm gonna short it. Oh, this is my low. Like he was just
Mhm.
it was more confluence. I don't know. It helps.
Yeah. Yeah,
I
that
don't know.
definitely
That's what I've
helps. Yeah.
noticed. I was like, oh, that's now I get it. I've always been the streamer, not really watching it too much because I'm streaming at the same time.
Yeah.
Hmm. And Nasdaq been chilling around 830. Yes, still not above it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, come on. Come on.
What do you guys think would be like snake? Be a snake today. Looking snaky. Hmm.
Gold doing nothing. Well, I mean, I'm okay today. Like I'm green, but still, I would like to get something like solid because since market open, I cannot say like I saw a plus 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 setup. I saw setup for short on yes, but it wasn't like a plus plus. It was just more logical trade. Since we broke this level,
How many
level broken,
pluses
I'm
need to be on
looking
your A plus setup?
at least at least two.
Nice. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. It was decent. I liked it when we like what was it? The first presented FEG like this low broke. We were stalling when we broke, and I was like, okay, maybe we'll get some speed here. We did not, so I don't know. I want to. We haven't been. Yeah, it hasn't been very exciting this today's price action. Since 10 a.m. Open was crazy.
Yes, going back to dynamic open. Like for manipulation, if it really wants to be if four candle wants to be bearish, for manipulation, that's enough. But let's see if it's going to break below 10 a.m. open again because yes, still trying to stay below 8:30 a.m. open.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at also.
Yeah.
We're getting some displacements here now. Maybe it'll be the 1050 macro. You trade macros or no? I think you don't, right?
I don't really understand micros because for me it's like I don't really understand this. Like it's just time. Like
Yeah.
what is going on between 9:50 and 10:10? I don't really like we have news at 10 sometimes. Probably that's why we have volatility. But to say like it's because of macro, for me, like I'm probably skeptical about this. But it doesn't mean like it doesn't work, right? It's just me.
Yeah, I think it's just macro, meaning like there's some sort of event that might be happening, whether it's a 10 a.m. news or like
Yeah.
end of hourly candle, but mostly end of London session of 11 a.m. Well, the 350 macro is the MOC market on close. All right, let's see this. We're at the 10 a.m. open again for NASDAQ.
So if it's going to close below 10 a.m. open, I'm trying to pull projections, manipulation like projections to see where we can drop on ES.
Kind of interesting.
Yeah,
I think
2 standard
10 a.m.
deviation is,
open
yeah,
the same as
looks good,
9:30.
you know? Since if it's going to close below 10 a.m. open, we can draw projections, and 2 standard deviation is going to line up with 69.36, which was my original TP. Basically bottom of daily fair value gap.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting on ES 9:30 open and 10 a.m. open are the same.
I keep flipping my bias. It's just hard to trade inside consolidation. You see lots of invalidations. How it looks in 5. Doesn't look so bad. Standard deviation lines up with minor sell side, which was my TP for just like runners. Not coincident, I guess. Yeah, SPX has room to go lower, which can be, oops, not this one, obviously. Sell side at 68.72. It's like 20 points drop. 20 points drop means it's right where minor sell side on ES.
Bro, we're really dropping without any retracement. I'm like, what the heck? Okay.
And you know, when we were when we're trying to short, I would say we shorted at the right time. It was a good setup. Right now, exactly the same setup is going on. By the way, also like, what time we entered? Like 10 a.m., 9:50? I don't remember, but it was like between this time. Right now, it's another like so-called macro here. We broke below 10 a.m. open displacement. We got the closure below the swing low. Projection should be valid. So yeah, should drop to 69.36 now, most likely, with huge chance to drop to balance daily fair value gap. Would like to see 640 on NQ. Yeah, 640. So basically, 635. Basically, top of new week opening gap. Yeah, pretty much equal also at 42.
Yeah, only way I'd short
No,
is
I don't
if
want
I
to
get
trade
a
this.
decent retracement. Yeah. I thought this was so funny. It's like, okay, it's starting to break this low. All right, let's just drop like that. Okay.
Just ridiculous so far. Look at NQ. Look at this loss. Like, what's the point of these drops? Like, seriously. Look at this 30-minute chart. I don't understand this.
Market doesn't always like deliver the way you want it to.
Yeah.
For sure. Just generating more and more liquidity.
I mean, I'm not really sure what I would like to see, to be honest, anymore. I flipped my bias 3 times today.
I mean, it's fine, yeah. It's like it never gave an entry or you know, whatever, stopped us out break even, and then like yeah, every time it just you were waiting for some sort of confirmation that doesn't happen. I'm just kind of thinking in the terms of this hourly now. Yeah, we carried down there. The 4 hour, I am still like bearish. I'm thinking if it retraced to 50% or something between this leg, then I would look for shorts to just short there probably.
I'm gonna check YM again. YM still above minor sell side, which means we definitely have room to go lower in YM. How many points? How many points? Like 70 points lower on YM from current price. Back on NQ, yes.
YM?
Yeah, 70 points lower in YM.
Yeah, I don't really love the YM chart so much because there's no NWOG like ES and NASDAQ, and that minor sell side, I rebalanced that bullish FEG. So I don't really see it needing. That's why I don't feel like going and taking a short in that one, to be honest. See the daily. Yeah. It's very strong. All-time highs. Okay. Yeah, gold futures sold off sharply, forming a 6-day bearish engulfing candle and testing the 21 EMA near 4,341. Edge alert.
Yeah, current hourly candle and 4 candle don't tell a lot.
It came to the 50%. So I'm nibbling a short there on the NASDAQ. See what we do at this 9:30. Nibbling a short there. If we kind of just come back up, pop off again from there. Yeah, I'm probably just gonna come back above 10 a.m. open. I'm just gonna close it.
Okay, gonna check SPX again to see what is going on there. Nothing. Well,
yeah, I'm just trying to try that short.
Okay.
Tanya, I heard you say that you watch our streams just so you can fade us.
No.
Is that true?
That's what you said, Nick. That's what you said.
I said literally kind of like the opposite. The heck? No, if I'm watching a stream, like especially you guys or on NinjaTrader, I'm like, and they have like the opposite trade, I'm like, uh-oh. But I might be like wanting to get out sooner or like trailing or something like that. Because I could see sometimes the other end of it. Yeah, if we come back, kind of back above, we're testing at 10 a.m. open. If we come back, close above it again on NASDAQ, then I'll like let go of this. But I'm in the short just because we retraced 50% there. We still have those lows, still have some bearish structure below us.
Yeah,
maybe now at the end of this.
Where are you short from?
Literally like right here, 712.
Yeah, I don't hate it.
I'm short from 748, and I've hated this move back up, and it kind of forced me to cover too.
What am I looking for? 608s. I want 608 to be honest, but I don't know if we'll get there. We could get, like Lumi said, 640s. I would love for us to, start seeing some down close candles there.
I mean, the lows are pretty weak, so I would expect if they get breached to get a nice flush, at least.
Would be nice. Yeah,
Yeah.
the lows from like 9:30. Yeah, today's lows. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I'd really like us to go break these.
Yeah, yes, trying to stay below 10 AM open. I mean, I was trying to short from 69.54 before. It stopped me out at break even. My original TP was 69.26, so I still would like to see this level taken.
We'll see.
Still feel like I'm trying to get my lay of the land here. I didn't trade at all last week. Barely even looked at markets.
That's good.
Me neither.
Although it looks like everybody trading metals is having
Yeah, I
fun.
was trading last week, but it was only gold.
Everyone's trading silver now.
Well, Leo, I called it 2 weeks ago, so I'm just gonna put
Did
that out there.
you actually did? No,
I mean, everybody
you
who
get
watches the
full
stream
credit.
knows.
Nick gets full credit for the silver call.
Yep. That it was going to become tradable, and it looks like the fund's going to be. I said, in the new year, I was building a chart and wanted to trade it, so it looks like that the party's going to end quicker because, yeah, everybody jumped on board a lot faster than they did. I think when gold was the new toy that everyone wanted to play with.
Yeah.
So it is what it is.
Gold and silver, bro. Crazy.
I think palladium was down like
Crazy.
20% or something today.
I saw that.
I don't know if that number is actually correct. It might have been like 12, but it looked very, very violent.
Yeah.
Damn. So yeah, we're getting some movement, even though it's like holidays. So that's good.
Yeah.
Nick for tick. So does that mean you mostly are scalping? Or are you looking for larger moves? What's the story behind the name?
I mean, the story behind the name, I couldn't even tell you at this point. It just was an old Discord username that I had.
Mm-hmm.
And then it kind of evolved from there, I guess, when you were trying to have some level of anonymity while still kind of existing as a public face in this world. So decided to kind of use that.
right.
But no, for
'Cause
the
it
most part,
rhymes?
I mean, yeah, I've kind of made my living scalping 30-ish points on NQ at a time. But for the
Solid.
most part, I've been trying to improve on catching wider moves lately.
Solid.
So now he's going to be Nick for 2 ticks.
Yes, for all of the ticks. All of the ticks.
All the ticks.
Word. Oh, we are getting some drop here.
Yeah.
Let's see.
It was wild that run up this morning got sold right into 800. I mean, it is sold at. Yeah, they were hate selling it on the tape right into that rally. It was kind of crazy to see that. It's not
That
like
was
a
crazy.
normal. It's not like a normal thing to watch.
It's interesting even watching the tape as it was like right as I was coming to the desk, I feel like. We were kind of just like sitting around that like 740s, and then someone just kept pushing and pushing and pushing. We made that, I guess, down to the overnight low, the 660s, but
yeah.
It was like there was just nobody on the bid. It was actually kind of interesting to see coming back in to start the week here, but we really haven't done anything, even looking at, I guess, parts of last week.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, the ranges have gotten smaller. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Now I think the ATR for the last 5 days, when I checked this morning, was like 260 on NASDAQ and 43 on ES.
Yeah. Feels like it's been like a 200-point range on the NASDAQ for the last like 2 weeks, which is just no thanks. I'm glad I didn't trade last week. Did everyone have a wonderful Christmas?
Oh yeah.
I mean,
I ate too many Christmas cookies.
Oh, I feel you.
It's winter break in school, so I cannot say I had wonderful Christmas with 2 kids.
Yeah, that's all I did.
My favorite part about Christmas was the after Christmas.
Yeah, exactly.
I took
That's how I feel right now.
so many naps. I watched movies. I mean, things that I haven't been able to do in like a year. one day there were no kids at my house one day, so that was amazing.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, you feel me, right?
Yes, for sure.
We had
Come on, Nick. Nick, you're in your shorts, right?
Yeah, I'm in still a
Let's
3
get
lot
it. Let's
for
get
NQ.
it.
Let's go. New
If it was
lows.
just me, it wouldn't go lower. But since you're in it too, maybe it will.
It's gonna go. I have
Oh, it's
I have
Let's
happening.
faith.
see.
Let's
It looks
go.
like it's struggling. Let's go. Let's see. I'll stick around, but maybe I don't know. Let's see. It's 11:05. The hourly, Lumi, right? We were making fun of this hourly. It's crazy.
Yeah, keep
Like,
weekend.
what are
So
you doing, bro? That wasn't decent enough rejection. Why didn't you just drop after that? Why
I
we
would
got
like to see a ES 6936 so bad, but we're just doing nothing so far. But I hope it's going to drop. Like, really needs to drop lower.
word? See. Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. All right. Yeah. Hopefully it drops for us, Nick. I'll be watching you guys. But I'm gonna head out of here. Good luck and good trading.
Thanks, guys.
Hey,
Yeah,
I'm
guys.
still in my trade.
I'm gonna be
I'll see.
reading your short on while we read on next short.
Okay.
Yeah, positive
Perfect.
vibes.
Team short, new lows. Let's go.
Perfect. Let's go. All right.
All right, we'll see you guys.
See you.
Bye, everyone.
Bye-bye.
You too. Happy New Year.
All right. Good morning, chat.
Good morning, Nick.
Good morning, Leo. Are we gonna break your OR mid is the question.
It's not even on my screen right now.
You deleted it so it can't hurt you anymore?
Yeah.
I understand.
No, I have it. I'm still setting up my my workspace here.
Oh, I haven't even added the V range and stuff. That was on my to-do
Not
list last
surprised.
week since I wasn't going to be trading, but I just like never made it up to my desk. My younger sister was here and she was still on the clock for her 9 to 5, so I just gave her my office and said, "Have fun with the 14 screens that are on the desk." She's like super overwhelmed and doesn't know
Yeah.
how I do that.
That's funny.
But yeah, I gave her the desk, so I just like never was sitting here. I was cooking like all last week and just trying to relax. And I mean, I've been saying this all of December. Is just I pretty much have been winding down my trading and trying to enjoy the holidays a little bit.
You do some brisket?
I did not do brisket. So it just was like it became I don't know, like just a different group of people. Like it was not what we were anticipating. We had less, and then my sister stayed, so I ended up just making sauce, meatballs, and we did fresh pasta on Christmas Day. So that was a lot of fun. Got to actually finally open the KitchenAid attachment from my wedding for the pasta maker.
Oh shit.
So I made like
legit.
actually legit like fresh pasta, and it was actually really good to go with my from scratch sauce and meatballs. So we did that, and then on Christmas Eve we cooked a basically like a French onion kind of like, how do I describe it? I guess a French onion pot roast with mashed potatoes.
Oh, really?
Kind of like a short rib style, whatever beef, whatever it's called. I'm
That
like
sounds
totally blanking.
delicious.
It was really good. Basically, the broth was like a French onion soup almost with like a shredded chuck roast.
You're making me hungry.
So yeah, we ate well in the Nick for a Tick household.
I was responsible for some cooking, so I did Christmas Eve. I did a smoked turkey. I brined it for a couple of days. Threw it on the smoker, spatchcocked it. All the tricks. We had it for Christmas Eve. It was amazing. There was not a dry piece of meat on that sucker. And then we went home Christmas Eve, and I had a brisket that somebody sent me, and I was like, you know what? I'm gonna throw this on the smoker so we can have it for, whatever, Christmas Day. because I think they were hoping that that there would be leftovers on the turkey, and there were none. So I just messaged my mother-in-law, and I was like, "Hey, would you want me to smoke a brisket? Because I've got one." She's like, "Yes, absolutely." So we just had a brisket and like a bunch of leftovers from the day before, essentially.
That's a good
Christmas Day.
sign if you don't have leftover turkey, because I feel like post Thanksgiving, it's hard to not have leftover turkey, regardless of how much or how many people you're feeding. It's just nobody loves turkey that much. So if there was none left, it's a hell of a job.
Yeah. And then the brisket turned out really nice. So I got compliments on that. It's always good to get compliments because, it's just like sometimes you may just have like a bad cook, right? Like your meat is like something's off, or maybe just like the meat, like there's something, it's like not the best meat or whatever. You just don't get a good cut, whatever. But it worked out. So, it's like, there's 15, 20 people in the family that are bragging on your food. It's always a good feeling.
Absolutely. I mean, and that's, I didn't get the opportunity to spend, I guess, Christmas with my full family. So my sister was here, but that's kind of what the holidays are for at least us. It's everyone around enjoying some good food and just a lot of cooking and all of that stuff. So it was good to still always be able to do that. We made a ton of cookies and stuff too that I'm still making my way through.
Oh yeah. My favorite thing for like the holidays is a pumpkin roll. It's basically like pumpkin bread that's rolled up into like an icing, basically. Like it's kind of like a cinnamon roll, but it's made with like some type of pumpkin bread.
Okay.
It's amazing.
That's interesting.
It's very, very good. But my mother-in-law was nice enough to get me one specifically. Like it's like a log, like it comes out like a log, essentially.
Okay, like a Yule log kind of thing, but with the pumpkin bread. Interesting.
Yeah. And it's just wrapped in icing, essentially, like a cinnamon bun.
Everybody in the chat, good morning and welcome to today's episode of Cooking with Nick and Leo.
We are cooking Nick short.
Yes,
or Nick Shorty cooking the markets with his short. I don't know.
I mean, I took a paper cut earlier, so hopefully this one continues.
I bought this this pre-market looking for this rotation up from here. So break out of this balance area. I was looking for this. I got long here in the 60s this morning before the market opened. And what sucked about this trade is like, yes, it worked, but it was pre-market, and then I realized like the market's open only 50 points above my entry, and that overnight low was so close, and they came right down to these 67s, and I almost cut it, but held on, and boy, did it moon right back up into this V range level here in the 80s, and I got out, but I haven't done anything else since then.
Yeah, I didn't know how much I was even going to trade even this week. Probably really just going to be this afternoon. We'll see if we can find a trade for trade the close, and then maybe Wednesday. I don't know. I don't think I've even historically traded this week because I'm usually like traveling back and things.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, the vol's been good so far. There's a lot of things going on. Like those metals moves are obviously, shaking some feathers. Sorry, I'm just got a funny text. But yeah, I think, it should be a good trading week. I'm getting robbed by appliance people right now.
That sounds like a fun afternoon. Are you shopping for appliances?
No, we bought an oven because ours broke. And then come to find out, and when I ordered it, like I just got it from Lowe's. I apparently I got delivery instead of installation. So when they came to delivery yesterday, I didn't know that it didn't include like putting it in.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not like one to really F around with like gas appliances.
Yeah, I don't want to install a gas line into
Right.
my appliance for a variety of reasons. The liability I would love to be back on whoever I bought it from.
Right. So for that reason, I didn't do anything. But there was also the old range, whatever, used 220. So there was only a 220 volt plug-in. And so I knew obviously we're gonna have to have an electrician come and put in a 110. And so I called our like plumber. I would say our, but like the plumber we used last time for a water issue. And I came downstairs to like kind of check on what's going on. And I was kind of curious like how much it was. And my wife was like, it's $450. And I was like, oh, does that include like the electrical part? And she's like, I think so. And then she just texted me and said that in fact did not include the electric. So it's $450 to put the oven in, and then 120 for the electrical.
Yeah. Well, maybe, I mean, that's probably, yeah, about the labor if I think about it for an electrician. I don't know. I always feel like I have two guys that I call for those things, and they're people that are just like, you get a bid from someone ridiculous or just some chain kind of handyman stuff, and then you tell them, and then they're like, oh yeah, no, that's ridiculous. I can do this for whatever.
Yeah. The plumber, outrageous, right? $450 to put an oven in.
That sounds literally insane if there's already a gas line there.
There's a gas line there. He just
he's
attaches
literally
the gas
installing
line
it
properly
and make sure it's functioning.
Puts the legs on the oven because it has to have, there's legs, and then puts it in. $450 for that. Amortized over a lifetime of delicious meals. Hey, you know what? That is the right way to think about that.
I feel like when I ordered mine,
it's not. It's not a problem. It's just it's the principle of, getting robbed at will and having nothing you can do about it.
That was definitely robbery. But we had one replaced, I think maybe very early this year, like in February or something. And I feel like when I bought it from Lowe's, it was included. Delivery, install, they just did it.
You have to pay for that,
and they took the old one. Well, maybe it was like a deal or bundled or whatever when I bought it.
They probably like sold. Did you go into the store to buy it?
No, I bought it online.
Okay, you probably just collect like installation.
Yeah, it might have charged me. Who knows? I might have just not noticed. Because we were buying a few $1,000 oven. It's just like, oh yeah, $100 for whatever. You're not thinking about it.
Hey, long skilled trades is right. 100%.
Oh, I would 100% agree with that in the new AI boom that is likely to occur. Stuff that can't exactly be replaced, probably for another 20 plus years, is some of that level of work. Yeah, usually gas lines, water and things, anything anything that's beyond like switching out a electrical plug or switch, I will call a guy. It's when I'm just like, it's not worth me potentially dying or this turning into a much bigger project because I screwed it up.
Yeah. Hey, Nick, CK 1396 wants to know if we look at GEX at all.
I mean, I do in correlation with other things.
Cousins with Gamma, basically.
Yes. Like I look at it. There's levels that I see that are plotted, but for the most part, I look for confluence of those with other market generated information type levels that are important to me, or spot areas that I'm manually marking on charts. If it lines up there and I see something in real time, like on order with order flow, then I'm happy to take a trade. But I wouldn't say I take any single trade based off purely nothing but options data or GEX or Gamma or whatever the new magical word is that somebody's trying to sell.
So Nick, but do you mark those levels anywhere? Because I don't think I ever see them on your chart, or do you just kind of memorize the numbers?
On my TV chart, my trading view chart.
Okay.
I'll manually plot them there.
Gotcha.
But yeah, I don't like it to clog up my normal like long time frame chart.
Yeah.
So it's just for me, it's on something else. Like it's on my chart that I literally manually will mark things. For example, if I look zoom out a little bit and we have just a hand of God type buyer or seller that comes in at a specific spot, and I see something, like you see delta flips, like you see whatever it may be that comes in, and I see those, correlated at the same spot, maybe for a couple sessions. That's where I may mark something in with a horizontal line that I have manually plotted. And then if I see that also starts to align with, let's say, an options level, GEX spot, whatever it may be, then there's obviously maybe some larger institutional player there interacting at that spot for whatever reason. I have no context of why or how or what exactly they're doing, other than there's just a ton of volume to the buy side, the sell side, whatever, coming in at one spot. So it means something to somebody with a lot more ammo in their pocket than I do. So that's kind of when I would mark it.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Otherwise, I just feel like you get a lot of noise from some of that information, because you have no idea the context of what somebody's actually doing.
Yeah, it's almost like I'm not gonna dispute that the information is helpful, right? But like you said, all within context is always going to be the most important thing. But that's true with anything that you use. Any tool that you're going to apply to a market always requires context. That's an absolute that I can confidently state, right? There's very, very rarely any absolutes in any market. But using tools without any context are recipes for disaster. Can we get a flush of the new low? Yes, I think we can. Just sell more contracts, Tanya.
Yeah, Tanya, either that, you need to sell more, or they need to come up and tag my trailing stop here. That's the only way we will probably get to a new low. I most likely have to be taken out of this trade. Oh. Get Rips to sell 100 cons. I would imagine Rips had a good day. I think I saw he was trading some metals last night, so I'm sure he was pushing some size around a little bit this morning too. I'm about to delete the OR mid though.
Is that where we're stopping here? It's the weak mid too.
Yeah.
I guess I could take this opportunity to put that OR mid back on here. Or mid.
It feels like, I mean, once again, as is tradition, I come on stream and the market just, volatility just dies.
Did I select the wrong thing? I mean, I think that happens with us specifically, right?
I mean, anytime I feel, well, XY seems to catch volatility when he does the mornings. Like we get violent mornings when he's on for Trade the Open. But yeah, anytime the rest of us are on in the afternoon or midday, like the market just says, all right, shut it down, stop everything. I feel like I should just cover this so we can move.
Do it for Tanya.
I mean, if I'm going to do like for me to do it for Tanya, I might as well let it hit my trailing stop so that, you know, the meme can continue to exist.
Where's the damn green line?
Chat, how was everyone else's Christmas? Everybody have a good time? Everybody safe? Everybody have some fun? Eat some good food? It's good to have you all here.
Nick doing all the southern pleasantries.
Yes. And speaking of pleasantries, if you could do us the pleasure of smashing the thumbs up button, as well as making sure you are subscribed to this channel as we march into 2026 and make the run at 200,000 subscribers here in the near term. Help us get there as soon as possible.
What are we going to do for 200K?
I don't know. I mean, I'm sure we might have to step it up from the pizza party at Jim's house, and maybe Jim takes us all to Sicily and we have a pizza party there.
I'm down with that. In Italy.
Will the OFL boys be streaming in 2026? Well, I hope so. I hope everybody here so wants me back, including all you wonderful people in the chat.
Why wouldn't we? That's the question.
Yeah. Or ideally, yeah. I'm not planning on going anywhere. Yeah, since I gave away a brisket at 150K, I'm gonna have to step it up for 200K whenever we get there. A whole cow? There's not a person in this chat that has enough freezer space for a full steer. I could promise you that.
You sure about that?
I mean, the person would have to be a outdoors hunting enthusiast, first of all. And I think that's limited as far as people in the chat. Nobody's got that much freezer space. You need at least one deep freezer. All right.
Challenge has been accepted.
Plenty of people who say they do.
Tanya, the longer we chill down here, I'm pretty convinced we're going lower. Should I say that out loud? Because that might be it might be a bad sign that I said that.
I love that everybody in this chat has plenty of freezers. So that's good. I'm in good company here. I had to buy a second.
I have a mini deep freeze. It's like a half deep freeze.
Well, between game meat and then a half steer, that's two freezers.
That's a lot of freezer.
Yeah.
Can you exit the position, Nick, so we can get the move the chat is asking?
Nope.
Nick
Guys, you know the rules.
Nope.
My stop has to be taken out for you all to make money.
Where's that stop at?
728.
728. Okay. It's not that far. 30
I mean, that's
rally.
because I basically trailed this to come out green at this point on the session by the time I get off the stream. But I'll be back this afternoon to trade the close as well for more punishment for you all. Hopefully still stuck in this range. We don't see my stop get taken out that often. I mean, you got to watch in the afternoon. I feel like it occurs significantly more during trade the close.
Shorts are trapped, are they? I mean, you would think.
I don't know. So I saw somebody say it was foolish for me to short above 660 as it is. So whatever.
Well, you know, the chat's always right. Don't just Nick. The chat's always right, Nick.
I mean,
is this like number correct? 366.
I mean, it looks like it is. Not to throw shade at Tanya and Lumi, but they left the job to you and me apparently.
Guys.
I mean, I guess when you're as good as
when you have a long break of not hitting the like button, I understand, like you forget. But there's no excuse for 367. This is unacceptable.
I mean, when you're pro streamers like Tanya and Lumi are, you don't even ask for likes. They just come naturally. So
yeah, they don't even ask.
We'll go digging through the mud here and salvage as many as we can before we close out the stream here. I mean, Jim comes in and sees that. I don't think he's going to be happy.
You'll like it when I throw on a trade. Give me a trade to throw on. I want to see something. I got to see this load taken out to consider a trade, I guess. That something has to happen first. I think it's short in these 70s again might be worthwhile, but you know, we got to leave this range and give.
They're going to come get me, and then we'll leave the range.
They're going to come get Nick. They're going to come get Nick. That's what Nick's afraid.
I mean, anytime I show a stop loss on screen, it's puts the fear of God into the market to, you know, just from my size here, they have to absolutely not allow me to be on the books.
Let's all short the open price to save next trade. No. Hey, good afternoon. Good afternoon to the muscle. Are you the muscle? Hope you had a wonderful Christmas as well. Tomorrow, let's see. So trade the close, and then Wednesday trade the open. Very nice. Nick, it's been a while since we've been on together, brother.
You and I?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's because
I forgot you existed.
It's because you have chosen not to stream with me Monday afternoons, apparently.
That's not true. Every
time
false.
I get my schedule and approve my schedule that I'm available for some of these times, it seems on Mondays every time it's paired with Leo in the afternoon. And by the time I get into the stream,
I've had an issue.
It's XY in the green room with me.
It's just, you know, things outside of my control have come up on the last 2 Mondays.
No. You know, we'll let the chat be the judge, jury, and executioner on if that's actually true. But
chat,
I just think Leo doesn't want to stream with me. He's got his new friends. You know, he's been trading with Salma. He wants nothing to do with me anymore.
What? That is fake.
I see. You're just hanging out with your new friends. I get
fake.
it. It's all right. No, but I have
too busy building my PC.
Yes, that is
So
true.
real.
He probably has, especially when it was on fire for like 3 days, apparently.
Wait, Salma said that about what, trading with XY?
What? Salma, who said what?
I still can't. Hey, don't be throwing shade at the PC build. It worked. I did. I got 2 new monitors.
I have a golden retriever who's trying to get on stream right now.
Bring him up here.
Well, let's see
What's
if
he got
wants
to
to. Come
say?
here, buddy. Up.
No, it's done, Matt. It's built. The charts on the OLED are nice.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, Merry Christmas to you, Matt.
He doesn't quite want to get on top of me.
Oh, look at
But
that dog.
You can see
Look at
him.
that puppy.
There is, in fact, a dog here. Beautiful red golden retriever. All right, buddy. Get down.
Hey, let him put a trade on. The chat wants to see him trade.
Let's see. What would Whiskey's asset of choice would probably be?
Milk futures?
I mean, he seems like an
Corn?
ES guy, to be honest.
No. It's got to be like lean hogs.
I mean, with a name like Whiskey, sure, you could throw any of the agricultural names in there and it's gonna work. But his personality, he seems like he's an ES guy.
Okay. So
And then
he's
my
kind of
other
lazy.
my other one, Zona, who's named after obviously the University of Arizona that my wife and I both attended, is exactly why you'd name him after your college, is because his personality is the college frat boy that just does whatever he wants when he wants to.
Fair enough. Hey, what's up, man, dude? Good morning. We're watching Nick's short just cook. We're cooking Tanya's patience while we wait for this short to play out.
I don't think my short is cooked. I think that's 3 rejections. Kind of.
I didn't say it was cooked. I said we're watching Nick's short cook. We're watching your short cook. Like it's doing the cooking.
I just have a hard time believing we're not going to take out the IB low and the overnight low of the day.
I agree.
There's
I mean, I thought it was going to get taken out when I was in this trade pre-market. 80 years later.
That's how it feels, Tanya.
One of these days. Is this a generational long here? 56? I mean, I know why they love this 700 area. Just that's where they've been marinating for weeks. Look at that volume node right there.
All right, Leo, please.
It's the
I would
most
like to
fairest
formally,
price of ever.
since this is your stat and your trade, I mean, I would formally like to file a complaint on the opening range mid today. I will happily put it in written form if needed.
What's the complaint?
It needs to just stop preventing us from tagging the overnight low.
I'm sorry, I can't do anything for that. You can file a complaint with the OR mid department, though.
I will happily send it to the CEO of SPY if necessary.
You'll get a response from Gamma.
Never forget Kathy Wood sending a penned letter to Jerome Powell for raising rates.
That
was
next
peak
level.
peak 2022 right there. After the peak euphoria of 2021.
That is incredible.
They'll forward it to Tom Lee.
The quants are off until the new year. You guys are cooked.
I mean, I think I'm cooking a little bit right now. It's all right.
I'm doing okay, mate.
As it's required, I don't need any quants to help me with this trade because we're all good.
Do you know who's cooking me though? Is the plumber. That's who's cooking me.
Yeah, he definitely is cooking you so that you are able to cook once again.
He's like, oh, nice oven you got there. Be a shame if you couldn't use it today.
I have a feeling we're going to puke it here.
What's ES doing?
I mean, doing absolutely nothing.
Okay.
But it's sitting kind of on the lows of the day. So ES gets a nice little push here below 43s. We could have some fun.
Okay. Let's do it.
Everybody believe it's going to happen.
Oh, it's happening. I feel it.
Oh, it's happening. Let's go.
I would love for a new low would be encouraging as well.
A new low would be encouraging.
There we go.
See, mine are the most aggressive clips. Very
Debatable.
sarcastic.
I'm scared to see what new ones they've been cooking up and working on behind the scenes.
I think they fell off. I think they're asleep at the wheel.
I think they're just waiting for the right opportunity to debut some of them personally.
I don't know.
All right. Yes, new low of the day. NQ needs to follow suit here so that I can be happy and potentially not take another trade today.
CK says it ain't going lower.
Well, ES made a new low. And NQ's going to do it. Now, will we get much lower than the overnight low? That remains to be seen. But I think we're going to poke below 660s. CK, I'm just going to say this. Positive vibes only, sir. That's what we're doing here.
Okay. This is the line we have to believe is going to get breached. Why can't I ever draw a straight line?
Yeah, I always do that too with the drawing tool. Suddenly it's like an angled line for no reason. These jerks.
It's very lackluster in activity. Like the open was exciting. There were moves.
Mm-hmm.
There were players lifting the offer
and
then sellers slamming into the bid. And now
we can't push.
Closed. We can't even get a 10-point move.
We cannot.
But it ain't going lower, CK says.
I got to draw the mythical proprietary XY $sign. I mean, it doesn't have the same effect if I were to do it. Because just like any millennials, elementary school through high school textbooks, I was never the person drawing them. So it just doesn't have the same effect for me.
That's all I drew when I was in 6th grade, 7th grade.
Exactly. I just never had the opportunity of a fresh textbook in the, the mean streets of the elementary, middle schools, high schools of South Orange County in California. I never had the opportunity for a brand new textbook that I could be the one to grace it with that.
You guys didn't
symbol.
wrap them with like brown paper?
We did.
Textbook. Okay. So then you just draw signs on your brown paper.
My mom was so good at that.
Hang on. Why did I okay, this is the honest. Why did I hire a plumber to install an oven? Because it's a gas oven.
Yeah, a lot of plumbers do gas lines in addition to obviously water and other things.
Gas, yeah, when you need gas line work, you call a plumber.
Yeah, anything with different types of pipes, usually they are the good people to use.
Whenever you need to lay pipe, you call a plumber. Did I get a Viking? No. We actually got rid of a Viking because it was a piece of, you know what?
I'm very thankful I didn't buy
Even the
a super
plumber
high-end
knows
oven.
it ain't going lower.
You
Bro,
know
the
what?
CK is he's quadrupling down. A plumber charges more than a handyman. Hey, man, you know what? Every day that we don't have a working oven in this house is a day that I'm in the you know, I'm in the bad place with the wifey. Adam might go long because of CK. CK is willing this market higher right now.
I mean, choose your sides here as we are heading into the last 10 minutes of this segment. Are you team Nick or are you team CK? Because we can't leave this 10-point range.
I'm team do something. I mean, I would like to go lower because I want you and you're trading Tanya straight to work.
Butters, that's the right. Team Plumber is probably the way. He's the only one making money right now.
You can use an air fryer for most things, which would go in an oven. I agree. We have an air fryer. It's a nice one, but it can't fit a whole ass cookie sheet, 9x12, maybe cookie sheet or anything larger. No.
Oh, I meant to send it to you.
It doesn't have an oven like our, oven doesn't have gas like burners. Like it's a range.
I feel like I meant to send this to you. My Instagram algo now, I believe, is just rage baiting me with cooking and barbecue things.
Oh,
I've
did you
had
see more?
two separate instances in the last 24 hours where someone was air frying a beautiful marbled ribeye, and I wanted to send it to Leo because I felt physical pain watching it.
Well, I have an Instagram. You can follow me.
No, I know, but I just was like watching it and then I just forgot to send it to you. But it was twice people were doing this. So clearly I don't know if it's just rage baiting or if these people are that awful of human beings. Yes, Spider, air frying a steak. Not only that, like probably an expensive cut because it looked pretty dang good of a cut of ribeye. Sharing them is telling them to give me more rage. Yes, probably is. But we've seen them. Like there's been, I think I sent one to Leo of someone like cutting the bark off of a brisket, like trimming it by cutting the bark, and it just was like made me very angry once again. I don't think they were pan frying this. I literally think the guy would just threw a steak in the air fryer and then ate it. We're a generation of instant gratification, apparently. No, I don't think it would mess up the steak. I would imagine it's just as simple as, putting a steak in the oven, which I mean, if you want to do it, no problem, but you gotta sear it before or after first. Like that's the only way I can justify it.
You could do a reverse here.
Yeah. If you were like somebody in an apartment and didn't want to get a cast iron to super high heat and potentially set off smoke alarms and things, then I would understand doing that. But you should still sear it. And as we're still stuck in this 20-point range, I hope everybody has enjoyed today's episode of Cooking with Nick and Leo on NT Live. Soon to be on
Literally-
every Saturday as we go live for whatever Leo and I are cooking for the weekend, apparently.
Oh my.
We'll give the people what they want.
I think I might even get in this short right now. I'm gonna hold off. This is the middle of nowhere.
I hate this trade. Share the recipes, guys. I'm happy to share any recipes. I think Leo and I have given out at least what we do for briskets and steaks and things. Not overly complicated stuff.
Yard
Just
work.
Just need a decent rub and patience. Really is 90% of the battle.
What is this thing called? Yard work.
Yard work? Oh. Tomorrow can we talk about yard work? No, I pay people to do my yard work. So
Yeah, I've never heard of that word before. Yard work.
although last year I replaced my entire planter myself, and I don't know if I would do that again because I was like digging big holes to cut deep roots of old bushes that were in the front of my house, and it took me all day, and I don't want to do that again. I think a couple guys and the right tools could have probably done that in a quarter of the time that it took me.
I'm gonna do Nick's yard work if we go any lower.
Nick's got a lot of money. I don't know if that's true. I think I am somewhat successful in this career path. Not always glitz and glam, I can promise you that.
I think the like count needs to get a bit of a boost here before Jim comes back. Before Jim is here, you know, we can't let him see 431 is like, guys, I know it's Monday and all, but this is not impressive at all.
Fiber optic, yeah. No tractor for me. No small one. Like I don't have the room. I am very much in like the heart of Dallas. So yeah, I don't have any land that I personally own that has heavy machinery.
He's in the deep suburbs of Dallas.
I'm actually more in like the deep suburban part of the city, the actual part of the city.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I am not in the actual suburbs of Dallas.
Well, you're next to the farmers market, Darian?
No,
I've been there before.
I'm further north of that.
Hey, Darian, have you ever heard of Bonton Farms? Oh, Jim.
Hey guys.
We were just talking about you and the likes and such.
Yeah, Jim.
Yeah, I'll tell you my
we're going-
philosophy. We have the December Santa Jim on right now, so he's not going to be upset about anything. So, yeah, it was a good showing. I'm proud of everybody.
I'm not convinced.
Don't forget in January I own a shave and everything's off the table.
Yeah, I kind of like bearded Jim.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mrs. Keggs does too, but I feel like at least looks 10 years older.
Yeah, but I think you look 10 years wiser.
Once I start talking, that goes out the window, Leo.
Hey, so does it for me too, so it's fine.
Oh my God. How was your Christmas, guys?
It was good.
It was wonderful.
Yeah. Good food.
All
good
cannot
people.
complain. All things went smooth and all is well. What about you?
It was good. It was good. I'll share a video with you later that kind of tells the whole story.
Oh,
yeah. It's a 30-second video. I can't share it with the general public. They might get concerned and call the police or a counselor or something. I don't know, but I'll send you the video.
Now I'm more intrigued. I must see the video.
Oh man. Any event. And Nick, yours was good. I heard you just talking about it earlier.
Yeah, we had a good time. We just laid low, had family over.
Yeah.
My wife's family lives near us, so they were all here. Just, good food, good people.
Yeah, that's what it's all about, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's just like you guys, good people. Appreciate you being here, NinjaTrader Live. Great presence today. Great info. Great trade, Nick. Love that trade going.
Well, let's hope it works out, Jim. We still are not moving. Still basically same price we
When
were on
we
when we
entered
came in,
the stream, it was at 704, and it's currently at 704 half. So.
and we haven't gotten any as low as 85s. So, yeah.
Yeah,
Joy.
you know what I love about it the most, don't you?
What?
Your stop is below your entry price.
It is. I'll happily take this and call the session green and move on to the next day if needed.
I love that. Very, very awesome, man. And you're going to be back this afternoon, Nick?
That is correct. Yeah, I'm going to leave this on. We'll see. I'm sure I'm going to get tagged if we don't make a new low here soon, but we'll see how this works out, or maybe I'll still be holding a runner into the afternoon. We'll see.
Got it. Well, and then you're going to be with also a very young Jack Gleason from West Loop in downtown Chicago.
Yep. Jackal and I will be back this afternoon to continue the Vol Crush Monday that we've all come to expect here post Euro close.
Very, very awesome. And it's a 2:30 start time this afternoon, folks. Regular start time with Tracy doing an afternoon briefing, and then we'll do an edge report then to kind of set the table for the afternoon for Nick and for Jack. So let's hit that thumbs up button one last time for these guys. And there's a subscribe button right next to it. I think it's right next to it. It's free. It means a lot if you hit that subscribe button. We appreciate everybody who has. I think we're at about 167,000 now. It helps with visibility on the channel. And like they say, high tides lift all boats. So thank you for being part of the community. Great community. Everybody in chat. Fractal, good to see you. Cooper, everybody here. I can't go through everyone's name, but thank you for being here. We're going to finish strong this week. We're broadcasting every day except the first. Thursday we're off. But we're going live Friday. Let me ask you guys this. Friday, the first day of the calendar year, I've noticed things happen, especially in the equity markets and maybe some of the other markets. What's your experience?
Honestly, I don't even remember what we did last year, but yeah, like anything, first of the month, first of the year, first of the quarter, you get some moves as larger players are positioning, unwinding, whatever it is.
Yeah.
So I'm sure Friday could be fun depending on how the end of the year goes. Like, what do we do on Wednesday too, which could easily be a different, more interesting session just with the books kind of closing out for the year.
Got it. Leo, any thoughts on the first day of the calendar year?
You know what, Jim? I've been wrecked a few times on the first day of the calendar year. And I'm going to trade small and I'm going to be nimble. And that's it. Those are my thoughts. My thoughts are I got to protect myself from myself here. So,
yeah, no, that's a good thought. I appreciate that.
I don't want to.
All right, gentlemen. Well, I'll see you again this week, Leo, right before.
Yeah, I'll be on tomorrow, trade the close, and then Wednesday morning with Kane.
Oh, awesome. All right. Fantastic. Terrific. And I'll see you Nick this afternoon. I'm going to do a really quick edge report, guys. Appreciate you this morning as usual. Great job.
Thanks, Jim.
Thanks,
See
Jim.
you, chat.
All right, I'm going to pop up a gold chart really quickly here. This will be the only market we talk about this afternoon, but I mean, this morning, end of this morning anyway. This has been an extraordinary day in gold. I mean, we are down from a percentage point of view a lot. I'll tell you how much a lot is, over 4%. And this bearish engulfing candle, this is a daily candle, and I know we're not closed yet, but it's engulfed 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 candles so far. For a while it had engulfed the 6th one as well. So this is a pretty significant move to the downside. Remember last time it happened? Go all the way back over here to October 21st. This was an equal size candle right now. I'm not saying we're going to close here, but look what happened after that. Continuation selling for several days. So We'll see where we close today. We're below that 8 EMA. We've wicked to the 21 EMA, but we've kind of fought off of that. We've defended that a little bit so far. If we close below that, that's also going to be a little bit of problematic for me. That 8 EMA is just starting to arc down as well. So those are kind of bearish considerations. Intraday, even worse. I mean, we lost VWAP in the rearview mirror at approximately 1 o'clock this morning. And that 9 EMA that XYZ turned me on to really, and I think Christian did as well, really kind of defines the top of the price action really nicely today. And as of 9 to 9:30 candle, we accelerated the gap between that and the 9. This is also extraordinarily bearish. There's not a big retracement in sight at all. We're barely to the midpoint of the initial balance here in the U.S. And so some might say, well, there's some downside targets. Yeah, there's a blind spot too, way down here, 42.85. And that high vol level, that's a big, big level right there at 42.45. We'll see. Maybe we're done for the day. I don't know. But I'm still leaning toward the downside in this market. That one-day min, we blew through it early. That's still potentially there on the upside. But really, that session VWAP would be something to look at if we do overcome that 9 EMA. So that's a 30-minute candle chart right there. All right, so that is this late morning's Edge report. Appreciate everybody being here today as usual. Great seeing everybody in the chat. I'm going to be here throughout the rest of the week and looking forward to it. Again, I've seen all sorts of stuff happen this last few days at the end of the calendar year, and we've already seen the metals today. So be on your toes, be careful. Best practices, have that stop in when you make a trade. Very, very important. Appreciate everybody being here today. We will see you at 2:30. Enjoy your lunch, relax. Talk to you soon.